Welcome, everyone, to this week's
Mhm.
Skeptic and Ranting with the friendly reminder to don't beat your slaves, or rather, a discussion on slavery, biblical slavery, and the transatlantic slave trade.
Leave
So,
your
won't
rods
you
at the
join
door.
us, misfits, for another fun adventure down Skeptic Lane? People often ask me why I fight so hard against religion. If people find comfort from a holy text, why not just let them believe? The problem is, many who find metaphorical comfort from these stories do so by ignoring the horrors in between. Nothing demonstrates this quite thoroughly as the notion of slavery, or rather, owning other human beings as property. Now, sadly for our species, slavery is a tale as old as time. However, throughout the ages and into enlightenment, we mostly crawled our way out of this abomination. At least with a little help from a civil war. A war that had theists on both sides quoting different passages of their holy book. However, if we take a look inside that book, the problem would quickly become illuminating. Let's just start with the problematic ethics of Jewish indentured servitude and move into the collection of our slaves that we've taken from the collection of heathens around us. And we could even gain insight in how to get rid of that pesky daughter by selling her off to the right buyer. Even to this day, there are numerous apologetics as to why we skeptics have things all wrong. I mean, this was the good kind of slavery, where the master and their slave were really just trying to work out each other's different respective differences. You see, the slave thought he should be paid a wage, and the slave owner thought that a whip and a rifle to the face was a better solution. It took another gun pointed at the slave owner's head to change their mind. So when believers of these monotheistic religions ask us what harm could come from their belief, look no further from the deity endorsement deals that concepts like slavery seem to get. Thank you.
Well,
And
Amy, thank you for that opening. That was once again you hit it out of the park as you usually do. So yeah, this to me this is not a it's not a very complicated issue. It's like in terms of morality and ethics, this is kind of like an open book test. Like if we can't get this far to the point where we admit that taking other human beings and forcing them to work for you against their will with the threat of violence is immoral. And I don't even believe in objective morality, but if we can agree on anything, that's pretty messed up to do. And it endured for centuries, for many centuries, as a form of economic necessity, as a answer to things like labor shortages, or, hey, we have these other people. What do we do with them? I have this daughter here. She's not really doing anything good for me. Maybe I can sell her and somebody else can find good use for her. Whatever the rationale is, I think we can all agree today that it's horrible. And we're very glad that we've moved past this terrible mark in human history. But it's also good to reflect on the fact that we had to we had to fight, people had to fight and die to so that this thing that we all agree today could become a reality, a world where people don't own anybody else, where you can't force other people to work with the threat of violence. It's a pretty surreal thing when you sit back and think about it. Yeah, and Christianity, there were Christians on both sides, and we all think that the ones who were for the side of abolition had it right, but actually, from a purely theological sense, you could say that the other side was being more true to the Bible. Now, then there's going to be people who come out and say, well, look, slavery in the antebellum South, it wasn't set up exactly the way biblical slavery worked. It was a harsher system. It was a more cruel system than what the Bible had. And maybe that's true on certain levels. But they said, hey, well, we're not bound by the Old Testament laws anymore. We can eat pork, we can do all these other things. So we're not bound to follow their precise rules on treatment of slavery. It was more of a general guideline, but even still, if you say that this book came from the most wisest, intelligent, goodest possible being in existence, and say that his system of slavery was marginally better, marginally less cruel than those of the neighboring tribes, well, I mean, that's a very low mark to set for your God, that his system was just a little less fucked up than what the neighboring countries were doing. So, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said, and they always try. It's always the better, the good slavery or the better slavery. They always try and tackle it as
It wasn't
almost,
as bad, Amy. Come on
yeah,
now. It wasn't like the Romans or the Greeks where they were
yeah,
for life.
those
I mean,
evidence.
with God slavery, at least if you were a male, there was a hope you could get out of it. If you're a woman, you're stuck there forever. But
Yeah, and hopefully you don't get raped. I almost wanted to add that in because I view that also as a form of slavery. The Bible does all sorts of creepy, fun property stuff.
it's not really clear on the rights of women to refuse her husband. I think most scholars would say, honest scholars would say, that's not in there. But
Yeah, especially if you can sell your daughter. Um, and it's always supposed to be this good, wise, all-knowing God, and they always become very moral. Do you find they become very moral relativistic once we get to the slavery?
once we get here, yeah. Well, I mean, most of them, they don't acknowledge it. They just, their system's better than what the other countries were doing. It's not, they don't defend the antebellum South because it wasn't set up precisely to biblical standards, but then they don't even require that for other things, So, I mean, they still let people eat pork, so they didn't require people to follow those laws. So, hey, you didn't have to let your slave go free after 7 years because it's a new system.
And the 7 years thing seems to be more of for the Jews. The owning people forever or the
Right.
heathens seems to be much more permanent because they always want to focus on indentured servitude. I didn't want to not include it because it seems the Bible does have certain forms of indentured servitude, but it also has slavery, has
Well, I
lots of
mean,
slavery.
look at it from the Christian perspective, Amy. So we've got this continent of Africa. There's millions of people there. They're all going to go to hell because none of them know about Jesus, right? So they're going to live their life and then they're going to die and they're going to go and be burned forever. Wouldn't it be almost merciful, Amy, if we went in there and we gave an economic incentive to, remove some of them from Africa, but we're going to teach them about Jesus and we're going to baptize them and they'll go to church. And so, yeah, they're being taken away from their home. We're forcing them to work in a foreign country with a gun pointed at them and with the threat of violence, but they don't have to go to hell, Amy, right? Isn't that a much greater good in the end? Where are they going to be in 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 1,000,000,000,000 years, 800 quadrillion years? They're not going to be burning, Amy.
Well, what's the suffering now when you know you're going to
Right.
have this wonderful afterlife that we can't prove, nudge, nudge, but go back to work, nudge, nudge.
Exactly. Hey, I mean that middle passage probably was pretty rough. 40-50% of them died being crammed in a ship there, and they just throw them overboard, but whatever. But
Yeah,
hey,
and
maybe they went to heaven.
they make it sound like a works program, like when you were saying from all the other countries from the oh, are we really enslaving them so much as making them better people by owning them? I mean, if you
Well,
think about it and you're like,
I mean, Amy, I mean, a lot of times, what would happen at that time is the enemy would just be killed. We're not saying
exactly,
kill them. We're keeping them alive, Amy. But you can't just
exactly.
have them running willy nilly around. You're keeping them alive. You're giving them work to do. It's a works program.
James, there's no we in genocide, okay? We're gonna bring some people on board into our new works program. They're not gonna have a choice, but it'll be okay.
Some of them will die, but I mean, people die every day, right? What people die all the time.
Another good, or if we do get a Jewish indentured servitude, don't worry, I got another little thing up my
I
sleeve.
bet you do,
I
Amy.
got I got lots of female slaves right over here. I'm gonna hook him up one of my female slaves. And you see the funny thing is, once she gives birth, that slave baby is mine, and she's still mine. Now, I guess I'll let him go in 6 years. That's
He can go
fine.
if he wants to.
Though I got an offer for you. I got a really funny offer.
Do you?
You you've tried the trial offer of family. If you like it, you can sign up for more by being my slave forever. Isn't
And
that neat?
and then of course, the holy God created the universe devised this process after that, where we have to take the guy's ear to a doorpost and pierce his ear. I guess the creator of the universe, the wisest person that ever lived, he was sitting there thinking about that. Probably be good if we gave him an ear piercing. That way, everybody knows he's his for life.
Well, the problem is how do you make people feel like cattle if you don't do that? And so you got
There
to
you go.
understand
You
from
got to mark
like
them somehow,
a civics.
branding or ear pierce. I guess it's better than branding them or scarring
Yeah.
them. Hey,
So
but
just all sorts of fun, and it amazes me that to this day, it's almost like we're not fighting. It's like we fought the war, but we're still fighting the war. Like we fought the actual war, and now we're just fighting the tenets of what got us there.
the defenders of it, the people who aren't advocating bringing it back, but say, "Yeah, it wasn't all that bad. It really wasn't. It was bad, but it wasn't that bad." You know,
Amongst
your Ken Hovens, and he's done a defense of slavery where, well, I mean, hey, if somebody's really bad with their money and I give them a job, but I can't give them the money because they won't be responsible with it, but I'll just pay for all their food, their housing, their clothes. I'll make sure all their needs are met. I just don't give them money because they'll just go blow it on alcohol or weed or prostitute. They're not responsible. So, therefore you're just kind of like having a caretaker relationship. And actually, if you look at the literature from the South at the time, that is kind of the image they wanted to portray. And it's not absolutely without, it's not totally beside the point that you could say that, like, look, you know, workers in the North, when they get old, their factory owner kicks them to the curb. We take care of our slaves when they're older and they're not able to work. When they get sick, they can't go to work. Factory owner kicks them to the curb. We have to pay for our slaves' medical care, and it's a more humane system. It's a
And
more
after all, when we build our chicken scraps and cornmeal, they have a meal every day. So when we
well,
shovel it
there you
out
go.
there,
Yeah, we have to feed them. If we don't feed them, Amy, they'll die, or they won't be
that's
able to work
right.
for us, right?
There's like loophole number two we can go over is listen,
If
sometimes you gotta teach a slave something, but it's not like I'm gonna kill him. All right. It says I can't kill him, but gotta put
Beat the
those
crap out
cattle
of
in
him.
line somehow.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I can't withhold food, but he doesn't want to work a 14-hour day. I need him to work that 14-hour day. I'm going to have to beat the crap out of him if he doesn't want to work. I mean, that's be the way it is.
Yep. Which is
And no, go ahead.
they, well, it's almost in a completely. They often bring up, well, I mean, come on, they had the Jewish slavery event in there, so they're really, but it's really more that favoritism. It's that they're okay with certain people being slaves, and they were, he was mad that the Pharaoh had them as slaves, but it
They
wasn't
were they
like
were his people. They're God's
they were
people,
his
Amy.
people.
Right. The other slaves,
The
which I
other
mean,
things.
we know the Jews were never in captivity in Egypt.
I
That
was
is
gonna point,
purely
yeah,
made
that
up.
I
But from a literary standpoint, it's a work of
yeah,
literature. It's a
it'd be
struggle.
horrible.
We're the victims. We were enslaved. We were captured. The Pharaoh, he was a dick. He didn't want to let us go, even though God kind of imparted on him not to
Until
let
he
us.
wanted to, yeah.
He might have, but God kind of made him not, so God could destroy Pharaoh and, for his own glory, or whatever way you want to rationalize that. But
I think
you know,
South Park has my favorite rendition of that. Have you ever seen? They have
I have not.
it's a dream sequence or something, and it's Kyle, and he's doing the Passover thing, and he when they cut the goat's throat open, he's horrified because I think he's like petting the goat. He's like lamb, 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 and then they cut the goat's throat and they've spread the blood, and they're like, no, no, this is gonna save us. And Cartman is horrified, and he runs back to his father, who is Pharaoh, and the Pharaoh, who is this they portray as this very kind and gentle guy, goes, "What is wrong, my son?" And Cartman's just like, "They said that the gods gotta kill all the firstborn Egyptian sons."
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, "No, my child, we worship different gods here. We worship kind and loving gods." And Cartman goes, "Ah, okay, that's right. We worship the other gods." And then all the firstborn, all the Egyptian sons their eyes start to gouge out, and they all start dying, and they start screaming. They go, "Why, why?" And it's like, "Oh no, it's the evil guy. It's
Well,
Yahweh." Da-da-da-da-da.
and then you have Smokey Saint to run in there and say, "But Amy, I mean, they're going to eat the meat anyway. So what's the wrong? You're not a vegan, so the whole sacrifice thing, they're just going to eat the meat anyway.
That's not the
What are you,
point.
a bigot?
They
You
do
hate them because
exactly
the way they killed an animal, you know."
because
But
of
I
you.
mean, this
Yeah.
is what happens. What religion does is that they are duty bound by faith to defend the morality of this God. They don't have the option. Well, most of them don't take the option of saying this guy's a dick, and those who do are maltheists. They're even worse of theological basket cases than the regular Christians. But most sane ones, they don't have the option of saying this guy's a dick, so they have to find some way of making this guy good,
Oh,
some way to rationalize it.
worse than even saying it's not like he's an evil god or he's like a neutral god. He does some good or bad. We get he is perfect. He is where good comes from. He is the what you're like.
The
Okay, calm
epitome of good.
down, New Age.
You cannot be gooder. You can't
You
have good without him.
shove as much good into a thing as possible,
A
and then
black
be
hole
him.
of good.
And then you're like, it's like you're trying to sell the sausage that you've put on good, and you're like, "Oh, that's good," and you try and check around, and he's like, "Are they genociding and endorsing slavery in the
It's
back?"
good
We're
genocide.
like,
It's good slavery.
"Good genocide, yeah,
Good. Yeah, they
good
deserve to
slavery."
die. They're Nephilim.
Hmm. And they
It
didn't know
was
better. I think a lot of them use like the mark. Is it the mark? Okay, the curse of Ham to also for black skin, and one of the reasons to why
right.
they own them.
That was something that Joseph Smith caught on to with the Mormons. That's why originally the Mormon Church was was a racist church. They didn't allow black people into the clergy because of that curse of Ham that they claim that they were. Obviously, they don't follow that today, but
Well, they've changed, yeah.
they've
All
evolved as all the sects do. They have to, because nobody would go to a church if, well, very few people would go to a church if they heard those kinds of doctrines being preached from the pulpit, that kind of insanity.
Well, yeah, you see this with lots of different cultural wars with religion. They come to a pivot where you're either going to go with what people have obviously found sensible, like we shouldn't own things as own humans as property,
Right.
or you're going to try and stick with it, in which case you're gonna try to secede from a country sometimes and go to war over
You
that
might do
notion.
that. You might do that if you think it's worth fighting for. But that's the tipping point. That's where it's like, well, there's about 50-50 on each side. And, that side that wants to hold on to it realizes that, well, we're losing this battle. We've got to lash out. We've got to take drastic action, or we're going to lose this battle. Kind of like similar to what we saw happen last week at the Capitol. Whereas one side saw that this is slipping away from us, so they lashed out with a bit more fervor than even most people, even I, would support.
See, it's funny to hear you comment on it since you voted for him and this is happening. Because I try to keep my views
Yeah.
as neutral as I can, but it was an interesting moment in our country.
I mean, I'm not going to say that I do think there's questions we could ask. There were certainly irregularities. I think the whole thing about having voting election week, where you go to bed one day, there's an election, and then the results are wildly changing, for the next, that just breeds a ground where people aren't going to accept that it's legitimate.
I'll say this, and then I'm going to bring
Bring it
back
back in.
around. See, I'm very biased. I'm just going to say, in my view, he's been prepping for these type of claims this whole time because he was going to do it. Because I remember him preparing for it when everyone thought it was going to be Hillary. I've only voted twice in my life, and I'm going to have to motivate me to vote again. We'll see what happens. I should vote.
You shouldn't.
But
Don't vote.
but he motivated me because I have a personal pet peeve with Donald Trump because he sued a comedian for a joke, and so certain people defend it as he was trolling them, but I don't think he was. I think it really bothered him. He got Bill Maher to send him his birth certificate and all this stuff, and that's how I learned about him. And
he is
so,
very sensitive. He doesn't have the thickest skin in the world, I'll say that.
and that's what and it bothers me because the politically incorrect people idolize him and they view me as the social justice warrior, even though I view myself as fairly calm and politically incorrect.
You're fairly moderate on most things.
And so I almost find it offensive. I don't hate him. I don't dislike him as a conservative because I don't view him as a conservative. I view him very much from the frame that I met him as the New York liberal guy. That more not even liberal. He's just like the fast talking. We won't get into that. But I have my impressions of him, so it was already set in stone.
He's not like a classic paleo traditional conservative in a lot of ways. He's not a Ronald Reagan style.
He's business.
You could argue in ways he's more effective, and other ways he's not.
I just don't think he cares about politics. I think that's not his thing. I think he likes business and then some other subjects, but I think he'll like anyone who likes him.
I mean, in a way, this is going to be a weight off his shoulders. This is going to be a weight off his shoulders. He can just go and be former President Trump. The media will eventually forget about him, and life will go on.
They enjoy each other. Let's say
In a
I see
way, yeah.
both
The
sides for what
banter.
they are. They like it.
The
He likes to
banter.
give them hate. They like to hate him. So they'll enjoy. Maybe
Back
he'll
to
make
slavery.
Apprentice too. Exactly. Back to slavery. Back to selling daughters into slavery.
What do
Um,
you? I mean, what do you think about that? Selling daughters, does that weigh on your mind?
well, it's just so funny how differently they have treated women, and they take different approaches to this. It shows this in in all aspects of the Bible, just down to the levels of that they can't even teach. So, it's not surprising to me that they were sold off, because to them, they're like, of course they're our property. But it's like, no, you
They're
should
sort of like
probably
property of
rethink
the
that.
husband anyway. So in a way,
And it took a lot of the other. I actually do have. There were a few points. Another point I like to often bring up, or is often brought up to me, is this just happen, and we squish time down. We like to think of, the 1900s the same as the 1800s, the same as 1,000 years ago, the same
right?
as 100,000,
You
but it
think about it,
wasn't.
this was just 170 years ago, really.
You could just have a few generations. It could be like your great great grandfather, or even your. I'm trying to think if it could be probably someone's great grandfather or something.
I think I have great or great great grandfathers who were
But
fought
not
in.
not not that, yeah, exactly, not that far away from our thing, though. The many defenders like to push that off, is that's history. That's history, not us modern enlightened
Now, I
folks.
do want to say that I don't think you can put the the question of slavery on the feet of all the Confederate soldiers, because I don't think most of them were fighting for
No,
that purpose.
well,
I don't think that they were evil, or that they were, black-hearted white supremacists who just wanted to own black people as slaves. I think that's an extreme view that I don't
complicated.
think.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
it is more complicated.
it's the rich slave owners. I mean, they were, of course. I mean, it's a common thing I like to harp on, is they made fun. There's a reason why I like slang, because there's a reason they called the poor whites rednecks, is because they worked in the field like this
Right.
other people they looked down on, and got a redneck, and thus that's where it's derived from. So it's always been, there's a little anti-establishment. I mean, you could see where it was the elites of them, but even so, they weren't they weren't uneducated people either, though. They weren't uneducated brutes for their time. These were the richest, most educated of the Southerners who were pushing this. These were the people who
The
sent their
movers and
kids
the
off
pushers,
to.
yeah, the
Yes. So,
the politicians and the
So
you
it's
know,
split. Yes, there was the Jim Bob, who he was born here, and they're asking for a call, and maybe the guy to the right who's like, look, this is a meal ticket for me, so I'm fighting in the war. But that's not who we're targeting anyway. It's
right. I mean,
really
the Confederacy had to do massive conscription programs to fill the ranks. I mean, they had to really search every nook and cranny to get every able-bodied person to force them to fight in this lost cause, where they had a high chance of dying for what most of them knew was going to be a lost cause anyway.
And what I will say, I find this funny. It's very much a sports thing, and I only find, and it's only developed in me the past few years as a reaction to debating people who support the Confederacy. But there's a little like unionist in me. I can feel it. Like there's a little
Yeah.
Yankee. It's hard to explain, but I almost am like, you know what? You guys are proud of the Confederacy. I'm glad my side went down there and stopped you motherfuckers.
Well, I think almost everybody realizes that it was better that the North won that war. I think very few people. I mean, you can always throw what would have happened if the South won. People say, well, they would have had to. Slavery would have died out on its own anyway. That's probably true, but still, I think we're better at maybe. maintaining as one country, and we still stomped it out right there, right then and there. Slavery was over; it was done with, unless you happen to be convicted of a
Or at
crime,
least at
which
least it was the final death blow. There's numerous people. There's two prongs. People will bring up, and maybe we should talk about the 13th Amendment a little
I
bit,
know I
where
saw you
people bring.
bantering in the chat about it yesterday.
Well, because it is interesting to think about how we did abolish slavery, except in punishment. I forget the exact wording,
Punishment
but
for a crime.
basically a punishment for a crime.
So, I mean,
And
theoretically, a state could
well,
punish traffic infractions with lifetime slavery, and that wouldn't contradict the 13th Amendment. I mean,
yeah,
most people, they would probably say that's cruel and unusual punishment, but, that you could at least make
yeah.
a case on it. But
Well, and yeah, and they'll say, well, how can you get them to do any work if we have that clause? But I don't think that's the clause. And I think you could word it better to enable that clause. And not only that, but I think that view of justice keeps us in this problem.
and I mean, if you want to look at the whole at the atrocities involved in prison labor from the late 1800s till maybe like the 1970s, there was a lot of atrocities and a lot of thing that nobody really hears about because most of it was happening uh, in isolated prison camps in Mississippi, Arkansas. But and a lot of these prisoners were at times sentenced to long terms of imprisonment for the use of their labor, where they might not have otherwise been needed to be incarcerated long term.
And we still have slavery. It still happens in the world. But like you were saying, this was one of our big death blows because the Western imperial powers were really coming on different timelines, respectively, figuring out that this was wrong.
Well, I mean, Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton thought it would be a great idea to overthrow Muammar Gaddafi because he's a bad guy in 2012, 11 or 12. And then, a couple years later, we've got slave markets in Tripoli, which you never had with Gaddafi. But yeah, hang that around their legacy forever.
But the real thing, and it comes back to what I was talking to with Jim earlier, is that, we all go back to the island example. 100 people on an island, we're all there. We all were in a plane accident. We're like, oh, we can't remember anything, but someone found a Bible.
Right.
And we're like, well, we'll read this. This will have anything. There is nothing to stop us from going literally back as if we traveled 2,000 years. We're going to pick up and go right then. The only thing stopping us is that we have collectively right now said no currently.
We reject it. And the religious people rationalize that rejection for whatever reason. Whether
rationalize or defend. Is this the new? It's like either trying to think.
like they rationalize being okay with homosexuality because they realize it's kind of wrong to want to kill gay people.
And I don't understand how they square all these circles. I was going to bring this up yesterday. The Christians, because they both lament that we water them down, and they both seem to point out with joy. They're like, and did you know that there was this, we have this recording of Muslims at a bar throwing gays off of it or something. And they're almost like, see how backwards they are? And they're like,
yeah.
What? But it's, the thing you're criticizing is in your book. It's in your book. You're just not doing it.
We're just smart enough not to follow those parts of our book. They still follow it.
Yeah, we've culturally potty trained you. Congratulations.
Yeah. You read it in the book, but you don't actually do it. Whereas they read it in the book, they actually go out and do it. I mean.
Exactly. And I don't know I don't know what do I have respect for. I don't know if should you respect the people who are horrifically following it, or the people, I think what we want in society, I guess, is I mean, my joke is generally you want the metaphorical and the liberal theists, because then that's when you get like
Right.
you know the Muslim feminists who are running around flashing themselves with the hijab on. That's when you
Like
get great stuff like that. I actually want that stuff to happen
like
because
Michael
then they go
Jones
away
yesterday,
from the
who
religion.
accepts all science. He doesn't hold
Exactly.
almost any extreme views on pretty much anything. He only defends the claims of God that you could never test or verify, so you could never prove that he's not actually there. That's all he really defends. Nothing that
Exactly.
applies
The
to
warm fuzzy.
actual reality.
Well, if you keep on pushing the God back and back, and eventually we're like, well, how can you disprove my unfalsifiable force? And you're like, well, I guess I can't prove the unfalsifiable force that you set up as unfalsifiable now, can I?
Yeah, like they've moved him to places where they thought people would never be able to go to see he's not there, like they used to be on the mountains. Now, then they were in the sky. All of a sudden, we went up to the sky. Well, now he's in an alternate dimension outside of time and space altogether, so you can never actually get there to show that he's not there.
Yeah, it would be
So, and
nice if
then
they had
they'll tell
empirical
you,
proof,
now disprove him, Amy. Prove he's
empirical
not real.
evidence.
Yeah,
Okay.
prove he's not real.
Exactly. Though, though I'm a bad person to throw the burden of proof into from my little bit of anti-theism, but generally speaking, yes, they never want to prove any of that stuff, and so someone who now accepts Jesus into their heart and was this culturally enlightened person now has the chance, just a chance of not liking gay people, transgender people, and possibly being a little bit iffy on slavery. No, I'm not quite sure.
And we see people defend it. We saw Spooky Saint. He hasn't been shy about it. He thinks it was a positive good. He takes like the Ken Hovind line that, well, it's a caretaker. Some people just aren't mentally equipped to take care of themselves, so they need somebody else to take care of them, but they still need to do work. So
Condescending. Such a
it,
condescending. It's basically we know better. We know that better than those little folks. We know better than them.
they're just never going to be able to, you know, take care of themselves, work a job, pay their rent. They're just going to be, you
Oh,
know,
I have another. Here's another one you'll commonly get. But everyone was selling slaves. Come on.
right.
Everyone was selling it. Doesn't that make ours okay? Come on.
And that is true that you have to look at the past in context, that it was something everybody did, and virtually nobody came to the conclusion it was wrong until it became economically non-viable. We didn't really need it anymore because the Industrial Revolution was happening. We didn't need this massive amount of workers that we had before. And then you had the pull between, the slave economy versus the modern industrial economy. Whereas before, well, we've got a cheap labor force. We just feed them and they work for free, versus an industrial labor force where, well, we build machines and they do most of the work for us.
Hold on just 1 second.
Yes, not home yet.
Okay.
Is she joining us shortly?
Yeah, she's not home yet.
Okay. I'm not home yet either, mentally. But yeah, we didn't really virtually, I mean, some certain people did, but the abolition movement really never got off the ground until it became not economically important. We didn't, and it started off with the abolition of the slave trade, which is, well, we're going to keep the slaves that we have, but we don't really need any more. So we're not going to allow them to be further people to be kidnapped and brought over. And then that just translated into horrible breeding programs that you saw in certain places that were debaucherous and evil in their own right, but it was a path along the way to full abolition.
And they often bring up, hey, didn't you know the abolitionists? The abolitionists followed the Bible. They were saying they were on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, have been liberal Christians who read it and they say, well, that's bullshit. I'm gonna find my way to rationalize what makes sense to me out of it, and there you go. And Christians did that. They did that. We just saw this play out with the LGBT community, and it's still not over yet. But like Dr. Shermer said yesterday, within 10 or 20 years, virtually no Christians will really have any problem with it. None that would show their face anyway.
Well, a point I often like to point out to them, is that we win the culture wars. We always win the culture wars. I hate to gloat about it because,
when you say we
could go into a dark ages. Yeah, the skeptic.
You mean the left, the atheists? What do you mean by we?
See, they put the left, but it's really not. I really mean the secularists.
Secularism?
Yeah, because it's because the deists that founded our country were secularists. And so, and really that's where my line is. I'm trying to get people, there's like that line. And on here, you're the deist. And on here, you're Steve McRae. And you're just arguing other atheists about being agnostic. I want to make them into Steve McRae. If I can get that over to the line where they're deists or over it, we're good.
And a lot of them, they don't like the label atheist. They just want to sit on the fence and say they're agnostic, which is fine. Hey, you can do that. It's, hey, if it makes you feel better, more intellectual or more open-minded, okay. But I don't think anybody claims absolute knowledge, but I don't think there's any reason to believe that there would be a God.
I think most atheists are agnostic atheists. There are a decent amount, there are Gnostic atheists out there. And I tend to put my vote, I say I am a Gnostic atheist when it comes to the specific monotheistic gods. I feel like many of them can be disproven, or at least the claims they make can be disproven, thus, at least to my approval, negating them and making them a justified true belief. Now, I'm getting into an argument with an agnostic theist who says because I can't, in my opinion, have absolute certainty that I should never be agnostic atheist towards these things.
It just comes like certain claims just have such a low probability of being true. Do you really give it any consideration, any reasonable,
At a certain point, you have to hold a belief, and you also collect evidence. I feel like I went out and collected evidence. I bring up ritual blood sacrifice and stuff, just like I will say a man cannot resurrect from the dead, at least anyway, biologically, that we know of. And in the future, if there is some way, I believe that will happen through technology. And
Amy,
not through a supernatural
forgetting God's magic wand. He doesn't. He has that magic wand. He can resurrect himself. He can do whatever he wants. You can't put anything outside of his ability to do.
Going
he can
meta
fish
here.
out of his hands. He can do any. He can walk on water, Amy. How would a person do that?
Magic tricks. We can walk on water. We can shoot fish out of our hands. We can do all sorts of fun stuff.
But I think it was even you who said yesterday. You were saying, well, I mean, there's the possibility that he didn't really die on the cross, and that he was revived back to health and walked around later. There's possibilities that it was just somebody who looked like him, who impersonated. There's other possibilities for why people could think that he rose. even though I tend to think it's all folklore to begin with, but you're
Jim
still.
told us it could have been. Have you ever had a Christian? I've heard atheists tell us that, but
Yeah, that was
he thinks that it may be for people. I was like, Jim, baby, come on our side. You're here.
yeah. He's on the fence. He doesn't really
Yeah.
defend it, but he just really wants it to be true. But at the same time, at least he's open to questioning it.
Yeah, we haven't gotten any antagonistic. We almost got. We bring him up. I bring him up so often. Sunflower. We almost had, and then he came on. He's like, "Yeah, let's just talk." I was like,
That
"Okay."
Sunflower, he's disappeared. I haven't seen him on any street. He
Yeah, I
goes
haven't seen him
away
lately.
for like 2 weeks. I guess he gets tired of it, and then he'll come back. Yeah, I haven't seen him in
Who
a.
knows? Maybe he's an atheist. It's okay, Sunflower. You should come on and prove us wrong.
Then people they used to say he was a troll, just that he was an atheist, just trolling
I
as a
think he gets
theist.
passionate. I see him. Not only does he get passionate, but he said it himself. I think he is a Jekyll and Hyde kind of thing. Where, I mean, I have that too. I think we all. I guess I have. We all have our nice side and our mean side.
He's just made some really, 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 I don't want to say dumb, but very low level arguments before.
And I will say, bringing up this is my daily advertisement for the fact that Christians are still schisming and continue, and our daily schisming I was listening to, I believe Smokey was running a channel today about how Praise is a Nazi.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't get to watch it, but I did see a thing about
Awesome.
Praise.
And see, I don't
him
know
and
what
Praise have been going
conversation
at it.
inspired that.
Him and Praise have been going at it tooth and nail for like 4 or 5 months now, but
Well, the going back to the bad things, Jews have been targeted by I think it
and
was
I didn't see what Praise. Did you see what Praise said that got
I
Smokey?
have literally no idea.
But I mean, you have to take that with a grain of salt
up.
coming from Smokey, because he said, you were a Nazi. So
That's why I find it so funny.
Is it in that
No,
vein?
I will say, then, because he piqued my interest, I went on Praise's channel. But Praise must have this, like, I don't know, this going back to Judaism thing, because he uses shalom a lot.
A lot of them do in
that
segment. A lot of them do, not just Praise, but.
No, I think that, well, then does that mean that he's actually borrowing from Judaism? I don't know. Who knows? That's just my daily reminder in Christian schisming, because I can't help, but I shouldn't gloat in it, but it's just
can't help it in a way.
They're going to no true sconce themselves away to the point where it's just us atheists.
Now, if Smokey were here, he would jump in and he would say, Amy, that's not true, because if they don't believe X, Y, and Z, they're not Christians anyway. So we're not schisming. I'm just pointing out that they're not really Christian.
Christians.
Yeah, they're not Christian if they don't accept my version of it.
He has like you could feel he has like this fire. I've heard this like fire brimstone technique in other people when they tell you you're going to hell, and they have this passion. I feel like some of their confidence comes from certainty, from so much certainty, and we are just selling skepticism. We are just selling doubt. And so when you doubt everything, when people challenge you, it's almost like you want to know why. And it's not like you're a heretic, it's why. But when you're wrong in another religion, it's like you take that back. Did you just say you're non-Trinitarian? Should we even allow this non-Christian on our channel? These kind of things.
I don't even think in their heart they're all that certain. I think it's about convincing themselves that they're that certain. So I think even I went through that stage as a Christian, like where, like, do I really believe in this stuff? Is this, you don't like ask that, but it's like in your heart, like, so you end up going and looking for things that you can use to tell yourself, oh, this really is true. This is really legitimately real. And like praise, I mean, he does that. He goes to all these like I think like claims of the paranormal or like claims of healing and things like that. That's his shtick.
Whole nother, really.
Like looking at studies on like healing and like just very pseudoscientific things that no reputable scientist would say is valid proof of God, but that's what he uses because, well, what else does he really have? I mean, there's not
They're
really
all
much in terms
going
of
from the
proof.
same text, yet they all seem to come to very different conclusions.
And I mean, not that there's not legitimate debates and discussions you can have about things in scripture, and even that you can weigh in on one side or another, but yeah, they all do read the same book. There are thousands of denominations that all take a slightly different take on one or more issues. It's very hard to find two Christians who agree on almost anything totally.
Yep.
None of them totally agree on anything, but and even Jim, what he was saying yesterday was, well, it was nice when we had like the Catholic Church when they were like the body, when they claimed that they had authority so that they could tell all Christians this is what you need to believe because we actually have the authority to tell you what's right and what's wrong. Nobody aside from them, but even they don't really claim it so much anymore, but nobody claims to have that kind of authority today. Most of them will tell you, hey, I could be wrong about almost anything, but
Well, I will say, that's what it's one of the, it's a very good question to ask theists when you get into a conversation about these sort of questions is how confident are you? Because their answer tells you a lot about the conversation, about what you're just going to have. Because if you get 100%, that is a lot different from a person who's like, I'm fairly sure I'd put it 60 to 80, or in fact, any level of doubt is really where we're looking for. Are you the are you all in with the blinds on, or are you at least a little bit skeptical here?
well, I think most of them at least have some level of an open mind, and that's why I say yesterday, my job isn't necessarily to have them deconvert on the stream and become an atheist. We're trying to plant little seeds of doubt in their mind that may germinate over time and that will gnaw at them, little things that will kind of bug them, questions they can't resolve, and then nature will take its course a lot of times.
I did want to ask you because mine is more fuzzier and less interesting because mine was just a slow thing. Did you have? Was there a time where you were almost the opposite? Were you defending the faith? Were you arguing with atheists or any of?
There was a time where I was more of this is really, I mean, before there was like the YouTube community was as vibrant, maybe 2005, 2006. It was just getting off the ground. It wasn't really like it is today. But yeah, I would argue with people. I would defend the faith. I would talk to people and, give the reasons why I thought atheism wasn't true. It sounds a lot like what the theists are today. And a lot of it was just hoping, I hope they'll never prove a biogenesis because I would really like for there to be a God that created everything. I hope the Big Bang isn't really a completely natural event because I kind of like the idea of there being a God starting it all. So, but I wasn't, I was never like a big apologist. Lost you, Amy. I can't hear you. Are you muted?
Hello? Hello?
Sam?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear.
I
I
can't hear
hear.
Amy still. Amy.
Can you hear me?
I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, but I don't hear Amy.
I don't hear Amy either.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Amy, you've
Yes.
been on mute for like a minute.
Really? I thought it
Yeah.
was. Well,
You've been
that's a
talking to
fun
yourself
moment.
there, Amy.
No, I thought Sam has been asking, and I've been saying yes, and I've been muted. That was a fun feedback loop. Fun negative feedback loop. But
Welcome, Sam. Good to
welcome,
see you.
Sam. And so, James, what I wanted to say is I have a follow-up to question to that, but I wanted to say welcome, Sam. And how are you tonight?
So everything was gravy. I was ready to get on at 7, but I had forgot my purse at home. And I just got to my girlfriend's house, so I had to drive back to get my purse and then put air in the tires because it was flat. I'm so sorry. And I'm trying to get on using this laptop that's not mine.
Is
But
that a
in the meantime,
Ravens paraphernalia on there?
eh?
On your shirt?
My shirt.
Is there
No,
ravens? Something on your shirt?
this is
Oh, I
a
couldn't tell what it is.
this is a black paisley. This is a black paisley bandana.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you might have been sporting Ravens colors.
I'm not much of a sports fan, and like
Okay.
people take it to heart some places.
I want to get because I want to show this every stream, but it's one of my favorite objects. You guys keep.
It's a bust of Tom Brady or something like that.
Sports.
Oh, there you go. All of
For
them.
some reason, what the fuck?
Any of them. All of them.
My laptop I'm borrowing, the fucking camera doesn't work anymore. Ugh.
Still on mute again, Amy.
Oh, I keep on doing that to myself, and we're watching you, and that's okay. It's Sam. If you want, we can come back to. I had a question I wanted to ask James.
Unstable. Like I'm on Wi-Fi.
And if you want, Sam, I know it's gonna drive you crazy, but if it ever gets too unstable, turning the camera off will make it your audio fine. Your audio is fine right now, but if yeah.
Mhm.
But forget about that. We're going to go back to the topic. The topic is, as lovely as titled, Don't Beat Your Slaves. Any thoughts?
It's funny because I'm of Caribbean Latino background. There's actually a popular song called "No La Pegue la Negra," and it's from the point of view of a slave owner, and he's telling her people like, don't you beat my slave. He's talking about a La Negra is a black woman,
Hmm.
but it was like the song was about how even though it's the time of slavery, he treats his slave well, which back then was something to be revered. But even if you treated your slave well, it just is not an excuse. And well, who was it? Jefferson.
It was Jefferson.
Did we lose her?
It might be going in and out. But they are founding. It is one of our, I use the expression this time, sin, metaphorically. It is one of our founding sins.
Have you ever looked? Have you ever gone through the? It's actually, I think it's called the slave narratives.
No, sounds
So during the Great Depression, lots of people needed jobs, right? So they were paying people to dig ditches and then fill them back in by the government just to give people jobs to do something. But one of the jobs they came up with the WPO, the Public Works Organization, was to send people out to talk to the people. They were all elderly by then, but who used to be slaves. This is 1930s, so they were all elderly, but to go out before they died and get their accounts of it, and they published it. There's, it's by state, so you can just read through, and they'll just talk about their experience, what they remember, or what their parents told them about. It's quite a lot to read through. I don't think anybody could really get through them all, but it's at least interesting to look at, just to see some of them who were, saying that their master, he was nice, he wasn't bad, the food was good, he didn't really abuse us or whatever. And then you had some accounts that were not so pleasant. You ran the gamut.
What is that? It reminds me of that Quentin
Not to say
Tarantino
that
movie.
even the milder slavery was right, but it still is good to read from their own words what happened, I guess.
And a point I wanted to bring up when I was waiting for Sam is that this had a big impact on me because it's such a subtle thing, and I don't even pay attention to my own birthday. But I was reading one of the book, I think Frederick Douglass's main book, his autobiography, and he explained how he'll never know his actual birthday, and that we all kind of just take it for granted culturally, just on forums and doing different things in life. And it's one of the things that they take away from you. And so I don't know. It had like a profoundly weird effect on me. Made me
because you sold from your mother to somebody else and you don't remember your birthday, I guess.
Because he specifically said that they remove parent from child because they don't want the bond to form generally. And so they try to get rid of the child before that can happen. They basically let them milk and nurse because it's just cheaper. And then as soon as the kids can be usable, off and on. Slavery. It is the horrors.
What were you saying before about Jefferson?
And yes, so Jefferson had slaves.
He had kids with slaves.
He had kids with slaves.
He did.
Which is the weird, one of the weirder terms in racism is having.
Even Strom Thurmond, he actually ran with the Dixiecrats. They were the Democrats who broke off from the mainline Democrats because they were pro-segregationist. This is in the 1950s, I believe, the late 50s. He didn't obviously win the presidential. He got a few states. He won like 3 or 4 states in the South, but it turns out then he became a conservative Republican later on in life. He disavowed his segregationist views. He didn't maintain those, but it turns out that he had fathered a child when he was like 17 years old with a black housekeeper who was living with his family at the time. So he actually had a black child that I don't think he ever acknowledged it. I think it was a daughter, and she only came out after he died, I believe. I might be wrong on that.
Yeah, there's a lot of, it seems, descendants of slave owners.
She might want to turn her cam off.
Sam, I'm telling you, I know you're like, but I just spent all this time and effort into getting my face on.
It is not
Keep
like
trying. It's okay.
This gets on my nerves when every single device I have, no matter if it's a laptop or a cell phone, just cannot.
Oh, I was gonna say try
video
your cell
stream.
phone.
It gets my
Cell phone might have good 3G.
Sometimes it does work better.
I am on my cell phone.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I'm on Wi-Fi, and it's great Wi-Fi. Should I just turn it off to 3G?
You should turn the Wi-Fi off. Sometimes it's.
If your 3G is better than your Wi-Fi, wow.
Sometimes mine is. Sometimes so it depends on how close you are and how strong the connection, how good a phone is. But yeah, they had no problem having sex with their property.
Right. As I mentioned Jefferson, and y'all just took it and ran with it, and I've been gone for a minute. But
Well,
no, go ahead. Have you already gone over the origins of slavery yet?
Well, what's on your mind? What about the origin specifically?
I mean, it's practically just an economic move to save money, free labor. However, like long before the Atlantic slave trade, you had slaves in Egypt, slaves in Rome, and Assyria, Babylon, you know. And usually, if it was a young slave, the buyer only had one thing on their mind. If it was like older, then they're probably for work or service, you know.
In fact, there are passages in the Bible that specifically say, listen, kill everybody, kill the women, kill the men, but keep the little girls. They're yours. Once again, biblical morality.
What book was that?
Oh, James, I think this time you're muted.
Oh, I was saying, so the keep alive the girls who have never been with a man. So I guess at that point you would have to take them
Yeah,
all and visually examine them. What a very wholesome
exactly.
process. And then if it looks like something might have been up there before, then I guess you kill them. Praise God, right?
Well, and
Talking
I
about virgins. Oh my God, virgins, virgins, virgins. God Lord.
Praise.
it is a very interesting thing that these religions also have these ideals towards purity. That's where the virgin thing comes from, because there really isn't anything magical about someone having sex for their first time in practice. Probably lame. So, but they prescribe a lot of just like they prescribe magic to words. It's where curse words really come from. We do have sections in our brain that say these are the good words, which are the majority, and then there are a few naughty words. But they prescribe magic to them. Like don't say that. You can offend the god. It's just more magical thinking.
Yeah, it's a curse words are like a taboo. What was I talking about? So, yeah, monetary gain, free labor, or personal sex slaves. Um, the acquirement of slaves, usually children captured in war or on their own, traveling on their own, or sold into slavery by their older siblings or their parents for goods in exchange for goods, a cash dowry, gold, a cow, maybe, just like
Yeah, a
all
cow,
kinds of reasons.
maybe a chicken. Well, I mean, in America, slavery began. Originally, they were importing indentured servants over the Atlantic who would agree to an indenture with somebody. Say you're a blacksmith. Well, if you bring me over here, I'll be your bitch for 7 years, and then you teach me how to blacksmith, and then after 7 years, I go free, and I get
The entire Atlantic
a
slave
certain
trade.
amount. But then
The entire
the indentures they started piling up. Hey, there's all these former indentured servants over here. We don't have enough jobs for them all, and it would be really nice if we had free labor. So they said all indentures who came from countries that were not Christian in their home country were slaves. Their indentures went forever.
And I just want to bring up that there might be a theist or a Christian watching right now that's saying, look, that's the Old Testament. We might as well make that a saying at that point, because that's the. No, it's not. It is the New Testament as well. It is both. I think it was Paul who said, when asked, he said, "You shall serve your earthly masters." And if it wasn't for
so
passages like that,
continue.
no, if it wasn't for, I mean, the Confederates, we've been talking about the Confederacy often tonight. It's that they were more biblically sound. They were using the actual quotes more accurately. The abolitionists were cherry picking.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, James, I think I.
Can you hear me?
Yep, now I can.
Oh,
This is a
so they
fun
were
night.
looking at passages like Revelation 13:16, which talks about the Antichrist, about the end of days, where the Antichrist will cause all people, free and bond, to come forth to make a mark. So they said, so wait a minute. So even at the end of days, there's still going to be people in bondage, people in slavery. That's what the book says. And if we actually believe this to be true, I mean, how do you reconcile that? If there's no people in bondage at the end of days. So someone like Nephilim Free, who then comes back and say, no, we're not in the end times. That's all going to be in maybe another 100 or 200 years. He would have to say at some point, slavery would have to be reintroduced.
And I'm gonna say this, then I'll let Ogre in. But yeah, I feel I was so surprised. I think you were surprised, you said, when you heard that. It's just it's a very it doesn't sound like a creationist view. It's like he's this young Earth dinosaur not believing, but then all of a sudden when I tried to pinpoint him on like this is the end of the world death cult, he's like, whoa, we're not selling end of the world death cult. That happens later. They're like, oh, okay. And okay, I'm gonna add Ogre.
So, before we stray any further, you were mentioning the Atlantic slave trade. That actually began because of the decimation of the original peoples there. So when Spain colonized the Caribbean and Latin America, first, can you hear me?
Yes.
I hear you.
Okay, great. They enacted an act called encomienda. Okay, and that was kind of like a mafia deal. You know, is you work for us and we'll provide you protection and resources. But it quickly turned into indentured servitude and just flat out slave labor. You know, they weren't getting paid, and on top of that, they were being killed if they could not produce enough gold every week, and they were also being killed by the brand new diseases that the Spaniards brought over.
Right. So I think that's why one of the reasons why they wanted to go to Africa is they felt that the people there were a little more hardier, I think. So they already decimated the natives. So, hey, what else can we do now? Let's go look for more people to imprison.
Well,
the American colonies, they saw what Spain was doing and they got in on that.
and they also saw it like they were doing good a lot of times. You could see from just the conversion factor. They're saying, listen, these were savages. Now we're making them good Christians. So they're both looking down on them and pretending like it's an upgrade at the same time.
Like you could see in the Code Noir, which was issued by the King of France about and it was rules that actually gave some of the slaves in French territories a little more protections than some of the slaves elsewhere had. But it was all that the slaves had to have Sunday off, that they couldn't be overseen by someone who was not a Catholic, that they had to have Catholic names, they had to be instructed in the Catholic faith and baptized in the Catholic Church. That was a huge part of it. It was that, we are taking these people, but we are Christianizing them too.
Yep. And Ogre, did you want to say something? Did you have any thoughts on the subject tonight?
Yeah, I did, but I actually gotta go. Sorry, something.
No, you're fine.
Oh no,
it was nice to have you on anyway.
That's yeah. I'll try to be back
time,
later.
Ogre. Come back later. Yes.
Just make your peace as quick as you can.
Ta-da!
Yeah.
Wow. And then there were only 3. Oh.
He's welcome back at any time.
He's
And
a great
so is
guy,
anyone
Ogre.
else who's listening. And okay, I had trying to think. I had a question I wanted to ask, but it was trying to think if I guess I'll just ask it. Just
That's the cat here.
that's the kitty. Hi, kitty. What's your kitty's name?
Gizmo.
Oh, hi, Gizmo.
Hi, Gizmo.
I have a
Nice.
question for. Can you still hear us, Sam?
Yep, sure can.
I have something, and um, does it? It emotionally breaks my heart, even though I have light skin. When people who have dark skin defend slavery. For example, I was watching someone you may not know, but this will make the YouTube community laugh. Is someone named G-Man, and he was going. This gentleman was going against Matt Dillahunty. They were going back and forth against slavery, and I didn't know if you had any thoughts uh, from that perspective. I don't even know why it even hurts me, but it does hurt me because it feels like these are the people that they use this book to enslave your neighbors, to enslave our brothers and sisters, really all of our brothers and sisters. But they looked at people who with a darker skin and thought thought that they could own them based on the good text rules. So yeah, I don't know if you had any thoughts on that.
I'm just surprised when anyone with dark skin protects the Abrahamic God, specifically Christianity.
Yeah,
Because the
exactly.
Muslims, the Arabs, they created Islam for their way of life in the desert. There's also there's an African sect of Judaism. Fine, they found it on their own. But any dark-skinned person defending Christianity, I just it's a little, it burns a little bit.
Exactly. That was the word I was almost going to use. Thank you. Exactly.
Just like, why?
How, it's a similar feeling, and we're going to loop it all back around the past few nights theme. It's like listening to Sal. We're like, come on, you're smart, you're nice. You
Yeah,
don't
that was
believe that. Do you really?
hurt.
Come
It
on.
hurt to listen to Sal with all his degrees.
But that's the thing. The mistake a lot of people make is that they think that all theists are necessarily dumb, or that they
Well, exactly. Well, we can't
they're
go to
not.
that. Exactly. You can't go to that extreme either. Exactly.
They
Because
a lot of them are smart people. They believe something that is, yes, dumb, but that does not mean they are dumb.
It takes
and
a smart person to debate a smart person.
well,
So
it's almost like you can see. I mean, they create the smarter people create quote unquote higher quality arguments, but to me, it's just better mental gymnastics. They become better. They become better at doing somersaults than
Better bullshit peddlers, so to say.
I can tell because they're educated, right? But they're defending Christianity based on comfort. They try and like ad hoc and explain Christianity with science, and it's because of it's a comfort thing because they just don't want to let go of that religion.
That's part of it, yeah.
It's got to be why. Like,
Well,
why else would you try and explain a sea parting or water into wine or multiplying fish and bread? Or these are just the miracles. And like, there's also oh, I got my nails done today.
nice, pretty.
Yeah. Why else would you try and defend these acts like Hammurabi's code, for instance? Like, if something was done to you, then in return you take it out on the other person's slave or their daughter. Like, why? It's just.
Well, that
And
goes
some
into the whole concept of original sin that I tried to harp on last night. Was that the whole thing about holding people responsible for things that their parents did or that people thousands of years ago did.
And can I add on to that? Because I never got to say, you were explaining that story yesterday, Jim. It's worse than that. It would be like we judge toddlers for something that they did wrong because Adam and Eve didn't know good and evil, and then we punished all their it is as if we were punishing generations and generations of kids because you're like, yeah, I know, but remember when you knocked that thing down when you were 2 and I told you not to? time to burn
Right.
forever.
Yeah. And now most of them would rationalize that and say, "Oh well, God doesn't send kids to hell." I mean, why not?
Well, there's
Why
like a
not?
whole
Why wouldn't he?
industry in trying to rationalize that. That's where the purgatory and all this other.
He'll send people to hell who have never had the chance to heard of Jesus. So why wouldn't he send a 2 or 3-year-old to hell? What does it matter to him?
And yeah. Well, and I wanted to go. This is a point I wanted to go back, almost meta a little bit. Aren't we, if this is true, and everyone else, this thing's slave? Aren't we his plaything? Aren't we really just in this because it likes to toy around, and we can win and we can lose and all this?
Like a child watching an ant farm.
There are Christians who call themselves slaves for Christ, and then some Christians don't
Oh,
like
yes.
that terminology. But
Common terminology, just like thy Lord and stuff like this, I find creepy. They find it inspiring. I can feel it just coming off their tongue when they say it, thy Lord. And it's like, you have a Lord? Oh, okay. That's a little medieval. Want to tell
Does
me
that make
more?
you a serf? Yeah,
they would say, yeah, we're slaves for God. We're his slaves.
And they will harp, not that I like any of the religions, but they harp on Islam for the name submission, which is creepy. I disagree. But then they turn around and they're like, those Muslims with the creepy submission god, they are so fucking
bowing
stupid.
down all
Anyway.
those 7 times a day,
On their
facing
knees.
Mecca.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Catholics pray on their knees. They have kneeling benches.
Yeah. There's a lot of there's enough silly to go around for everyone.
Then the evangelical, like Catholics, they pray to saints. How terrible is that? They pray to the Virgin Mary.
They pray to the synagogue of Satan. Synagogue of Satan.
Yeah, a lot of them do think that the Catholic Church is the whore of Revelation, which I am almost certain Nephilim Free thinks, but he realizes his Bible prophecy is failing, so it's not a good argument for him to make. So
I despise Bible prophecies because, number one, I find them boring, and so to even go into it, it's like, these are the things that we have predicted in the future, and how could they have ever known that a war would happen between nations? Like,
or
well,
earthquakes.
yeah, or it's like, well, anyone, ask anyone, any human that's lived past a few years can
Famine.
tell. Yeah,
There'll be
a
famine
famine
somewhere
will happen
in various places. Wars in various places.
Exactly. There will be wars somewhere.
Right. Well, I mean, I like it in a way because you can point out how it fails, and like Nephilim, like he's saying, that's 100 or 200 years from now. And then someone like Michael Jones yesterday, he's got his whole thing like, I'm a partial preterist, so he's gonna say, oh well, yeah,
I love
a bunch of that stuff already happened. Yeah. There's full preterists, partial preterists. Preterism is the idea that all those prophecies in Revelation, they were all fulfilled back at the time of in the first century. So it's not going to happen. It's already happened. It's already over. So you can never falsify that it's not going to happen because it already did happen. Prove it didn't happen, Amy.
Prove it didn't happen. I like to harp on the body. This should be suspicious to everyone else. They try to use the body as evidence for him being resurrected, and I'm like, no, you can't even prove a body. Why? We know Muhammad was real. He had a body. He got put to rest. Why not Jesus? They're like, well, his body had to go to heaven. Do other people's bodies go to get to heaven? Well, no, but his did, and because it did, that's why we go to heaven. You're like, 1 plus somehow they just tried to 1 plus 1 equals Jesus
We're
again.
just gonna like
He's God,
piggyback
Amy. You
off of
can't say
Jesus's
that.
body.
What was that, Sam?
We're just gonna piggyback off Jesus's body.
So
Well,
they
maybe
see.
taking communion builds a tether. So, like, Jesus's body is already in heaven. So, if we bless this wine and bread and eat it, then we're connected to his body in heaven, right? Is that how it
I,
works?
Well, there are there are denominations that do
They do
preach that
believe.
it is the literal body and blood of Jesus
That is the
in the
Catholic
communion.
doctrine, I believe. The Catholic doctrine
It's
is
the
when you
Catholic
put that
doctrine.
wafer.
Yep.
That
Now
styrofoam wafer.
the Lutherans, they take a slightly different modified version of it where they still call it the real presence, but not quite the same way the Catholics do. So they think it's really Jesus, but not maybe super
Well,
literally. But the Catholics say, yeah.
Slavery.
And-
I have a feeling we're going to end up talking about God in every topic because it's unavoidable.
It's the common theme, and the only reason we're talking about slavery tonight is because I lovely called them deity endorsement deals that Yahweh seems to be handing out for slavery, because it goes back to my anti-theism. It doesn't have to even do with whether this God is real or not. I know what he endorses. It says it so. So I'm not on his team. If this was Team Edward and Team Jacob, I would not be Team Yahweh. That's where.
Team Yahweh,
Yes, we'd be anti. We'd be.
Team
I
Hasselhoff.
almost say they'd make me Team Satan. It depends on the type of guy Satan is. Now it depends because it could go one of two ways. If Satan is just Yahweh's lackey, then I don't want to serve Satan. But I mean, if Satan's just a rebel fighter, then well, let's get to the good fight.
Like in the Devil's Carnival, we're going to put heaven out of business.
Yeah. Hey, this is our time for James' lovely service public announcement. Now, James, what do we have to offer you in heaven?
Oh, well, Sam, you get to sit there and look up at God on his throne, and you get to tell him how great he is for all of eternity. So you can sit there and say, God, you're so great. God, I love you. You're the best God ever. God, heaven looks really good. God, you're so amazing. God, you're the best. I love you so much, God. And then maybe you can do that forever.
Have you watched the original Bedazzled?
No.
It's
What is that?
British. You know the movie with Brendan Fraser and Elizabeth Hurley?
No.
Where Elizabeth Hurley's the devil?
No.
Well, that was a remake of a British comedy movie. I think it was named something different. It had, I think it had Rowan Atkinson. Or probably some other, probably not. But the point is, in the original,
Bedazzled was the movie.
yeah, it's a remake of a British comedy by another name. Same plot, same device. But in the original, the devil is telling the guy who's making his wishes, the guy asks, what happened between you and God? Why did you, do what you did? And he practically says that. Like, imagine you're one of these cherubim floating around God in heaven. And you just got to say, oh, he's like, what would you say? Oh, you're great. Okay, more. You're glorious. More. You're fantastic. More. And just imagine like floating around him for all eternity.
And
Forever
those
and
the
ever.
cherubim, yeah, they actually say, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts." That's their job, their existence, and they
I thought
float
there was a
around him
seraphim.
doing that.
So to bring it back full circle, are we not slaves? Is that not? Are we not we're just this
They would say, "No,
thing?
we're sons. Or they would say, "We're the bridegroom. We're not slaves."
The
So then
bridegroom.
some would say, "Yeah, we are like slaves." I don't know.
Yeah. I just want to say, Sam, you have a fan. Megan says you're awesome, and that she wants to join on time. And I just want to say, I love Doorknob's comment that it's like, don't beat your slaves. It's just like chilling in the corner, like a public service announcement. Reminder,
No
Don't
la
beat your slave.
la negra. Dun, dun, dun,
Don't
dun.
beat your slaves, or at least don't beat them so hard that they die right then. I mean,
Exactly.
if they die, the next day or a couple days later, whatever. But if they die right then, you kind of went a little too far.
And Jim, you're welcome to come on at any time if you feel. I'll send the link or anyone else. We're having a fantastic discussion on
Wage slavery,
slavery.
yes, wage slavery. We can
Yeah.
that
Anyone
with
want to
Amy
talk about that? Hey,
about the capitalists riding into the rescue of the slaves and telling the slave master, like, "Hey, sorry, man, you can't do it like that anymore. Instead of doing what you're doing, just take a little bit of the money you already have set aside. Just give it to each slave every week, but now you call them an employee, and then they're responsible for themselves after that, right?"
Mhm.
yeah. Well, and as Matt Dillahunty would also point out, and I think that's really what you allude to, is that it was eventually going to become fiscally impossible for them to run that system forever, and they were also
Right.
dealing with runaways to the north. So the increasing risk that when you did the horrible act of buying your property, you're now having an ever increasing risk that
Right.
they would escape and go to the north, and then the ever encroaching, as you another point yesterday was the ever approachingness that they weren't going to allow any of the new Western, even the southern Western slaves in the southern Western states to have slaves, and so these were pressures crushing the South.
Yeah. Now imagine that. Now imagine coming and saying, "You don't have to go through all that trouble of finding your runaway slaves. You just put up a sign that says 'Help Wanted,' and they'll come to you begging for work." There you go. Capitalism crushed slavery.
For safety, yay! I'm trying to update. I'm this entire time still trying to fucking update this computer so I can. Whatever. You know what? Just from now on, just expect that from me. Cause like every
It's
time I cam up, I'm that bitch that's always doing something.
I was
I'm always-
fashionably late. I'm always fashionably late. James
I'm
is
always-
always the one that's on time, but I'm always fashionable.
I'm usually not like right on time. I'll be a few minutes after, but
Cause I was thinking about going on while I was driving. I might as well have.
beat your meat, don't own slaves. Oh, thank you, Megan.
See, another good PSA. Don't beat your slaves, beat your meat. We're
so-
trying to offer wisdom here tonight. We are.
Yeah,
We're
anybody
trying to
with a
help
sense
these
of
theists. We
humor,
really are.
Megan,
We're just
at
trying
least
to help them.
Make
so
a
if Megan
point,
doesn't
and
want
we'll
to
add
cam up,
Jim.
just like mic up, Megan, because like I like people with senses of humor.
Yep, and you don't. If you don't have a cam, that's okay. Anyone minimum
James,
requirements? Come on with your mic.
this is the first time I saw
And
James's face.
Yeah, it's funny. I saw him during the debate. It's because we started this. We were both lazy. I'm old.
Yeah, but if Amy's got to go through the trouble of getting herself on, then
Hey,
Hi.
it's
And
Jim.
welcome, Jim.
welcome, Jim.
I felt
Pour that
bad.
Jim
We were
Beam.
Almost like
picking on
an
God.
intro, an opener.
Pour
Why,
that Jim
hello
Beam.
there.
I don't do Jim Beam.
Hey, I like Jim Beam. I just like whiskey, okay? Whiskey in general.
There we go.
But
Speaking of that, I'll be right back. And Jim, what were your thoughts on it? It's funny. I did the word.
Were you weren't in trouble from our stream last night with your wife, were you?
Oh no, not
For
really.
staying up too late?
so
Not really.
I'm happy Jim's here because he's not an atheist, so it won't be an echo chamber. But I don't know how he's gonna defend or attack slavery. So that's the topic.
That is a square
Am I
ghost behind
defending
me.
slavery?
Getting kind of
What?
worried.
Am I defending slavery?
I said I don't know how you're going to defend or attack it.
Oh, I mean, capitalism makes it so I don't have to worry about that anymore.
Rectangular.
I'm unless you're changing the terms for slavery and whatnot, and the wage slaves and stuff like that, and that's another topic altogether.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure Jim would love to get into that discussion.
I could. That's economics. It's more Adam Smith and theory of moral sentiments and stuff like that.
Adam Smith, David Hasselhoff, Bob Barker, and the whole economic giants of our time.
Okay. So, what's the first topic? What have you guys talked about so far, if you don't mind me asking?
Slavery, the history of slavery, the complicity of Christianity in slavery, complicity of God, being slaves to God, sexual slavery, slavery of
How about
women.
this? What do you know about slavery? To start off with that, what do you know about slavery?
A lot. I guess.
Go for it.
Or probably not a lot, because I've never been a slave, I don't think. Unless my parents said that I was going to be their slave because I had to do some chores or something like that. But that's pretty much, that's being a parent and child. So, in joking terms.
So why do you think some reasons, because there's like no one reason, but what are some reasons you think slavery was created or succeeded when it was a thing, and what are some holes you can poke in the defense of slavery? Any defense?
I mean, I just would say that for millennia, it was part of the economic system. So we just sit there and say that it's perfect. No, was it the system? Yes. I mean, there's things if you're going to take a biblical approach, I'm not going to pretend that all the passages in the Bible speak glowingly of slavery, or indentured servitude or something to that effect. No, I'm not going to go down that road. So you have slaves. Slaves are a form of labor, which everything was labor intensive, service driven. So it's actually one of the best economic models that you can operate off of before mass production.
Okay, I'm back, but I've been listening.
Yeah, I hope you were, because
I were.
usually
Okay.
you usually have a comeback for that. I'm just more of a inquisitive, and I just take in and process.
I had my hair. But yeah, so my pushback on that would be, this is an all-seeing, all-powerful, all-creator God of the universe. You would think that.
Okay. Before we get to God, how about just the whole economic deal of it? Like before the Abrahamic faiths, before Judaism, there was slavery. Could you pick a defense against slavery back in these ancient times before they had mass production?
Could I defend it? I mean,
I'm asking Amy because you.
You mean strongman the position, kind of?
I don't know what strongman means.
That's okay. Good thing. So, do you know what a straw man is?
A distraction?
A straw man is basically where you build up a misrepresentation.
Right. So you think so and so and so, and I'm like, no.
I'll do it because I'll do it the opposite of mine, because I don't believe in the death penalty. So if someone says I believe in the death penalty, you say, so you want to go around killing people? Well, that's not really what they're saying. So you have to at least be a little bit more nuanced than that.
Got it.
And so do you want me to comment back to that? It looks like Megan's about to join us.
Cool. Because you were going on about the God thing, could not reconnect home. Gotta be a network drives. I want the drives, damn it. I need a camera driver.
Hello, Megan.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. We can hear you, I think. How are you?
Okay. I'm good. A little tired tonight.
I'm sympathetic to that. Have you been hearing what we've been talking about tonight?
Yeah, I've been here the whole time. I was laying down, dozing off for a while.
That's okay. Welcome on board. So, what are your thoughts about anything that we've talked about, or what Jim just talked about, or don't beat yourself?
Yeah, like I'm pretty much on the same level. I have, I watch a lot of Matt Dillahunty, so I know like all that stuff about Exodus 21, and I have a Bible. I've actually gone through it, and I went to evilbible.com and underlined all of the like
Really?
most verses. Yeah,
Can I
like
show off
Say
something?
evil Bible.
That's it. That sounds enticing. Can I
Not-
show you mine? Give me 1 second.
Oh my god, that's terrible. Where is this thing?
And I just got that joke. I wish I had made that purposely, but I'll take it. But this is my Skeptics Annotated Bible. It's the entire King James Version. And the great thing about it is that it has the Bible's in the center, and then it has skeptic commentary on the side. And
Oh,
so
nice.
it's basically an atheist who went through the entire Bible and made notes and connotations about it. And it's great. I think I'm going to start doing an atheist Bible study, and we're just going to like go through the whole Bible.
Connotations or condescensions?
Well,
Yes.
like I got mine ready so that if I go into a debate with somebody who's a theist that knows their stuff, they could be like, "Oh, well, this prophecy here in Joshua," and I could be like, "Well, if you go 2 pages over here, then it says, oh, kill your kids
Absolutely.
unless they don't believe in God," you know, whatever.
It's opposition research.
Huh.
So we were talking about. I'm trying to think of the subjects we've gone over. The Confederacy. Does anyone have any thoughts on that, or
Anybody who like there's no
Who has
anybody who
regard?
Confederate flag racist. I mean,
the Confederate battle flag is still being flown? Somehow we still are
right?
fighting that cultural war.
Yep. Yeah. There's 1 or 2 people here in this town that I live in that actually have the gonads to have a Confederate flag flying out on their front porch. I'm just like, oh.
Where do you live, or or a general area, if you don't want to tell it?
I'm in Eastern Washington. So
Oh.
the western side of Washington
really?
is very blue. The eastern,
Yeah.
but the
And they're
eastern
still
side
flying.
is very red. Yeah.
Yeah, which is
I'm pretty close to Walla Walla.
If you go even in Maryland here, which isn't very south at all, but you'll see them up.
Well, we live within just
Yeah.
2 or 3 miles of the Mason-Dixon line. So, like, if we just want to go to Waffle House, we have to cross into Maryland.
Oh, really? That's where the Mason-Dixon?
Yeah, it's
it
it separates
me.
Maryland between Pennsylvania and Delaware.
Then,
So
yeah.
that's why I called
It doesn't
you.
feel like anything because we just go back and forth.
Yeah, that's why when I stood in Elton and I had no ride home, I called you and I was scared out of my mind.
That's okay. I got you.
Yeah.
Earlier, when you guys were talking about the Dixiecrats, like there's actually a town near here called Dixie, Washington. I can only wonder if it was, you know, like named based on that kind of mentality.
I would. Yeah, they still are. I have mixed feelings. Of all the horrible names. I mean, my school was the Neshaminy Redskins, which I guess is. Yeah.
Right. Oh yeah. The Redskin name. Yeah. They're apparently that's racist. Yeah. Like I've heard about that.
I don't know. I'm trying to think. God, better slaves. I mean, I will go with Jim's positive point. It was capitalism. The market just wasn't good for it, and the slave owners saw it coming, and that's why they seceded first, and then we.
Yeah. Well, it's crazy. Like in politics, like what was it? The Democrats originally were the ones that wanted to keep indentured servitude and stuff, and the Republican Party was like the liberal party originally when they first started back in what was it, 1893?
That's
It was a different time. It was with the Whigs, and so with all three parties, with three different systems, you can get unique things, and then things seem to settle out until now. We have our two-party, and
they flipped.
Well, we've always been a two-party system for the most part.
Well, it seems like almost like the Republicans were the more open-minded ones up until people wanted interracial marriage, which didn't get legalized in the U.S. till like the late '60s, and then all of a sudden that was too much for the Republicans, and since then they've just been battling to move forward in equality.
oh, Jim, do you have something to say? I try and stay out of politics, but I see
Well,
the
that's
face.
the problem. We're treading some very careful lines here that I'm just going to look probably better for me just to be quiet.
Well, I feel bad because you're in here. You're also in here with it seems like 4 atheists.
And I honestly though, I would like to hear a counterpoint, because just because I don't agree with it doesn't mean we don't need to hear it, because like it's just an echo chamber right now.
I mean, I would say that the Democratic Party is still the same party it's always been, which is the oppressive one to begin with. It just changes tactics.
And how is it oppressive?
I profoundly disagree. The Democratic Party it's not just like the left wing. Like there's different. I mean, progressive
The tenets
liberal.
of the Democratic Party under intersectionality doesn't work. I'm sorry. At that point, everyone's a victim.
If you're talking about like the corporate Democrats, then yeah, they'd be oppressive. But the progressive liberal movement is a whole different thing.
I mean, progressive liberal movement. What is that then? Since you're saying it's a completely different thing.
The one, yeah, the political compass is it's not just left and right anymore. There's much more spectrum to it.
That's what's being manifested in our politics today, is the left and the right. And that's why most Americans feel disenfranchised, is because there appears to be no moderacy between the two parties. So if that's the case, then if it is represented on the left and the right, and it's manifesting itself that way, the Democratic Party does represent the left.
Yeah, the Democratic Party, the progressive liberal movement isn't particularly Democrat. However, like, on the right, there's the libertarian movement, but they're just not they haven't.
Okay, so what do you mean by Democrat? Like, let's pump the brakes here. Let's get the definition of what of the Democratic Party is. Well, what is that? What does it consist of? What is its tenets, as you see it?
It depends on. You've got corporate Democrat, which is more authoritarian, and then you've got your opposite to that on the Democrat side, which is more anti-establishment, for the people, and opposed to fascism, like Antifa is on the left, but they're not oppressive. They're not about oppression.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that they're absolutely oppressive.
I would totally.
They use the same tactics that they claim to want to destroy.
That's not true, because they're not that organized. It's more of a philosophy.
It doesn't matter if they're organized or not. If they're acting in a certain way, and the people who are acting in that party are acting that organization, or associating themselves in that way, they are acting out the opposite of anti-fascism.
Well, typically it's no, because to be against fascism is to say, like, the whole point of anti-fascist movement is to put a stop to things like Christian nationalism. So if it's, I'm going to be fascist in the way that everybody thinks for themselves, what's fascist about that? whereas the others are saying, "Oh, we're going to be fascist because we want everyone to liken unto our God." You know, very big. So you can't say, "Oh, you're being fascist by telling people to think for themselves." That's not fascism, but that's what Antifa. See that people like Tucker Carlson get people's heads all warped up on what Antifa actually is.
I'm sorry if Antifa goes around the street and the people that are associating with Antifa are the ones who are killing people, unarmed people, and also are acting like a mob around people and calling that anti-fascism. I ain't playing that game.
Right, and that's all
That's
about
not Tucker
certain.
Carlson. That's pretty clear cut video evidence of what that is. That's not anti-fascism. That's fascism, actually.
Well, those groups, the people who are, you mean the people that have like retaliated against say like mega type people or against Proud Boys or Patriot Pride, that like in Portland where somebody shot a Patriot Pride person, like that's someone acting on themselves. That's not organized. That was just somebody.
Well, now we're going to differentiate between individuals and see, this conversation is going to become very quickly where we don't assign typical values and labels to people, because then it starts to break the stereotype of what that label is being used for. This is where this conversation is going to go, and then we're going to run into like a no true Scotsman type of fallacy very quickly and say, well, that's not Antifa, or that's not BLM, or that's not this organization, that's not the Democratic Party, that's just these leftist people or corporate Democrats or something like that. Like,
Yeah, they might claim Antifa, but it's not like you get an Antifa membership card. I'm anti-fascist. I oppose fascism.
I mean, everyone can be anti-fascist. Like, I'm anti-fascist as well, but I don't go around the streets beating up people who disagree with me.
Yeah, and most don't. But out of every group, you've got your nut jobs. So,
And I'm going to say what Charlie Day said from Always Sunny in Philadelphia when they asked him about his political views. And he said, politics, I'm against it.
Politics. It's a good conversation.
No, I like it, and I have views, but my views are too affected by the person that I dislike, and it's not even left or right wing, and so
You're too reasonable.
I consider myself a socialist humanist, pretty much.
I'm a humanist too.
Yeah,
I do like that label.
I support the progressive.
But you had the ayahuasca make you capitalist somehow.
It's not that I wasn't a capitalist. It's that you just don't pay attention to all the shit that people make you. And it wasn't until it's what I cried for hours hugging the chair because I knew how much effort it took into making the chair. And so all of a sudden it made me appreciate how much time and effort it makes me to function. And like I like my capitalism to socialism is about 90-10. I like a 90% market economy with a 10%. We got to figure out what the hell to do safety net, and that tends to be
right.
And that's not actual numbers. What were you gonna say?
My position there is I'm 99.9%. I don't want to claim 100% to anything, but I'm very opposed to capitalism, especially in America. It's very corrupt and messed up.
Okay.
As somebody who's lived on the streets in the past and stuff, who's been to the bottom and seen how capitalists, and I mean there is a modern form of slavery in America, and the way that
we were just talking about wage slaves. That'll bring us back on topic. You have any? Yeah. Does anyone have any thought about wage slavery?
I mean,
people are they're literally treated in ways that are unconstitutional. They get messed with by the police. They get messed with by the working class. They get.
Wait. Let's pump the brakes here. You said that wage slaves, and then they're treated unconstitutional. Unpack that, please.
Well, like people that are homeless, there's cameras in all of the shelters. They have no privacy. They have their privacy taken away.
That's nothing in the Constitution, but okay. I mean,
there is
cameras.
it's your Fourth Amendment right to privacy. They're exposed to torture by people from the rich class and the working class.
How so? How do you define torture?
Being hassled and bullied in their everyday, just trying to be out there to survive.
I mean, anyone can bully anybody. So, I mean, if that's the case, then everybody is just a bully, is just torturing everybody else. So, I mean, I'm not going to buy that one. But
you got people with their cell phones communicating, targeting and harassing these people. That's a violation of the Eighth Amendment. And when they protest, the police
is this the governing body that's doing that? Is there like a governing body, and do you have proof that a governing body is doing that, or is this a conspiracy theory?
No, there's some evidence to it.
Some evidence.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
Okay, but that's what it sounds like to me. That we're just targeting the poor.
Target the poor. End up in jail and prison. You think they just decide, oh, I'm good? No, it's because of the hassle and the bullshit that they deal with out there on the street.
Because they want to stay. Okay, that's a different argument altogether. Why people stay in prison.
The working class, though, this much has been shown that the working class would rather force people that are homeless into prison and make slaves out of them at prison labor to get some kind of use out of them.
And so. I will say one thing we talked about. It's politic-ish. We were talking about the 13th Amendment. I would change the wording of the 13th Amendment because I think that I think it sets. I'm going to say a precedent that might not even be the right word, but I think that when we go out to punish people and with trying to get them that they have now given up all of their rights and freedoms, all this, even if we don't always treat them at that worst, that's going to be one of the bars that we set at. So I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on the 13th Amendment. We were talking about that earlier.
I have to relook at that.
I don't have anything at this point in time. We can.
I wouldn't be opposed to a modification.
Welcome back, James. I wanted to ask you and did you have anything on wage? We were just talking about wage slavery, or did you want to talk about 13th Amendment? Any comments?
Not really. I mean, it's been interesting to listen to the back and forth on the socialism, capitalism thing. So I'm just enjoying the banter.
Okay, so what's your adjustment here, Amy, to this?
For the 13th Amendment, it disallows slaves except for, I believe, I forget the wording, but when you commit a crime.
Whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. And you rather get rid of that exception?
I would rather modify it to where there is no slavery, and I think you can still build a justice system and a jail without having. But we can also. Most people who would defend this will say, "Well, then how are we gonna, knock at any rocks or whatever?" But I don't know. I can't.
It depends on how you frame it. So, like for example, if I'm going to a prison, right? And for example, most of the military, not most, but a lot of the military uniforms and stuff like that are made, or some supplies are made by prisons, right? It's like a prison industry in that regard.
And I'm not against them working and all that.
Yeah, I'm not against them working either. And in some cases they are paid a fair wage, or that helps them to develop a skill or job experience, so that way when they get out,
at least in the federal system, they get paid a wage. A lot of the states they don't get paid anything.
And
but it's giving them work experience. That's the question.
What were you gonna say, Megan?
I was going to say, I'm opposed to the whole prison system and our methods of incarceration. We need to, work more on mental health and less on law enforcement, and work on, fixing people rather than trying to break them down and traumatize the shit out of them and remove every last thing of their being to try to turn them into corporate robots. You know.
I agree. I think we should reform it.
I'm so confused why we're jumping to the terms corporate robot.
Well,
I'm seriously confused why we're jumping to that.
Just having the only concern being that everyone's on the assembly line. That's like taking things to like a level of communist. I mean, you know, where screw with that, who that person is as an individual and what they're going through. You know, maybe they were molested as a kid and they turned to drugs and they went to prison, but that's just too bad and boo-hoo. And you know what?
This sounds more like a rant than anything, because they are given mental health and group therapies and stuff like that in prison. So
I think a lot of it.
The prison system is horrible.
So
go ahead, Amy.
It's what I think it creates in them is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Is that sometimes if you are a felon, it then becomes harder to get a job, and then you then go do the crime when you are pushed into, because it's the only thing that you know. I think we should push more into reform. It's holding two prongs in our head at the same time. There's always going to be a segment of the population, for whatever reason, they want to kill everybody, and they're like, I'm going to keep on doing it until you put us away. But for the vast majority, in my opinion, it should be a reform program. It should be what went wrong so that we can make you a functioning member of society. If there is a possible way to make you a functioning member of society, what is it that we can do to promote you so that you don't end up back in here?
I would pose.
I'd like to see a system more towards rehabilitation too.
Well, here's a question I would pose: is doesn't that require people to have dignity in their work, and for people who have work experience?
Right, but some people might be damaged to ever have that, and if they are, then you know that they need to be compensated for that. And see, I personally, if somebody's deemed quote unquote worthless by society, which I don't believe anybody's worthless, I believe everybody's valuable and nobody has to be born. People should have a basic right to like reasonable housing, small amount of cash to get by on, food, you know, decent medical, all of that.
We're running a bunch of economic problems going through all of that as well. So,
but if the solution just may be that they have no other way, we got to figure out how, and so we got to make Bob into a plumber, or so we got to have some sort of, talking about works program, we got to have some sort of way for them to get a skill, because if you learn nothing in jail and nothing has changed, except if all we're trying to change is attitude, that's the only thing that could change, because if your situation's probably only going to be worse when you get out of the jail than when you were in it. And so we have to figure out some way. It's because everyone's mind is money, but are we going to spend a little bit of money and try to make sure they don't come back and they kind of become functioning members of society, or are we gonna just have them the recidivism rate, I can't even say it, are they gonna keep on coming back? Thank you.
Recidivizing.
And I'm gonna let looks like Ogre wants to come back in too. Jim, did you want to say something, or no? Okay, Ogre, did you want to say something?
Pretty good. I just read Doorknob Head's comments, so I just laughed.
Okay.
Yeah, I just popped in again. I was able to put my kid back down, so I'm new to the conversation.
That's
okay. The
kid
stays down.
And I just want to say, doesn't matter. Just like James says at modern day debate, you can be left, right, socialist, nationalist, atheist.
Just not vegan, not vegan.
Come as you are.
Come as you are.
I'm vegetarian, so.
Hey, sounds good. I'm the closest. I call them the closest you can get to an animal rights activist while still being an omnivore, because I have my own problems with food eating. But if I could, because
Oh yeah, no, I'm teach their my dad's a hunter, so I mean,
If the animals just wouldn't taste as good.
Exactly. Well, I have a lot of respect for hunters because, I mean, I understand I'm doing something cowardly when I'm just like, you go kill it. Make it look pretty, and then I'll take it. At least they are killing it.
my position on that is, if you're a good hunter, I got respect for you. If you're a bad hunter, give it up.
So I will say I don't like trophy hunting. This is like that. So here's my little in that. I think that's silly,
such a
especially.
great way for preservation, though.
Well, okay, if you're gonna try, there are specific animals. There are specific endangered animals. Like if you're gonna go,
If the
As
population,
long as there's a reason for it. As long as I don't mind hunting, as long as there's a reason for it.
I don't mind people that want to go out there and eat something that they killed. Just don't kill the animals. That's like, all right, we found one dodo bird, and listen, you motherfuckers, we're gonna eat
To
that.
be honest, I would like to
Yeah.
go hunting. I
heard
would
dodos.
like to go hunting and try it at least once. But like,
Sure,
even
they
then,
would. They want something.
Hunters
be a
tend to
good
be
reason.
conservationists.
It depends. Yeah. Well, like I said, it all depends on the situation, and.
We're talking hunters, not poachers.
Right.
All right, so
So yeah.
topic.
For Biden.
Well, and what was? I heard Biden, but I swear I'm going back to slavery, guys.
Before I derailed this.
I was just saying I was the only one in my family.
You're
The
breaking
rest
up.
of my family pretty much is right wing. I'm the only left.
Oh, that's okay. It's the
Back to slavery.
most of my family are liberal Jews, and then there's my brother who's a cop and a Trump supporter. So
Oh, they're really liberal? I never would have seen that coming, Amy.
I know
How would you...
liberal
what would-
Jews in
with that
America
one?
from
Yeah,
the
go
Northeast.
figure.
Northeast.
Go figure.
I know. Can I tell you? She's from Brooklyn. My mom's from Brooklyn, and my mom's from Philly. They should at this point be in Florida. They should be with you right now. That's their ancestral homeland, which is what I call Florida. That's where the Jews
They should
go.
be down in Boca.
My family is like poor and brown, so of course they're gonna vote Democrat. But they're very like indoctrinated by the Bible. So
It hurts. It hurts.
if a Democrat were to spout Republican shit, they wouldn't know any better. Cause like, oh, a Democrat preaching God, okay, let's vote for them. Cause yeah, they wouldn't know any
Did
better.
I ever tell you the story?
Here's the question that I have. This is something I've been wrapping my brain around since. I'm sorry, we opened up the gates here.
Oh, can of worms.
Separation of church and state, and I understand that in the House and in the Senate there are people who have been elected who have been pastors and reverends and all other fun stuff. But the thing is that what draws my attention is Reverend Warnock. He continues to maintain the title of Reverend. Is that a separation of church and state?
Honestly,
No.
I wish they would completely separate church and state.
Well, that's just an honorific. I mean, saying reverend, that's like saying doctor. Or
It's
something.
going to be Senator, Reverend.
Well, would you say senator, doctor, blank, blank, blank?
It's like they're trying to secretly run a theocracy. Like this is not a theocracy.
Well, yeah, but reverend's just an honorific. It shows what.
I'm talking about that. I'm
do,
talking about pushing biblical values and ideals in pieces of government that they write in laws and legislature.
Well, do you know Reverend Warnock's going to do that?
I've never heard of Reverend Warnock, to be honest.
Georgia senator. Anyway, he just won.
He just beat Kelly Loeffler for Georgia, and I mean, calling him Reverend to me is just like calling someone with a doctorate doctor.
Well, I will say
like
that was what I was
The
going to point out.
the current president didn't even let go of his personal businesses, so it's like it's free game now.
And I will say, and no, he did not set a precedent. That's the whole reason none of that. No more nepotism. No more. We beat England. Okay, listen to me. We beat them. No more nepotism.
So what do you mean Hunter Biden's not going to be Secretary of State?
Don't get me started. My joke was they should make him the DEA.
Yeah, I'll be
I'm
right
not gonna
back.
get into my
Hunter
trouble.
Biden, the head of the DEA?
because that would be Trumpian, wouldn't it? They'd be if the Democrats were like, yeah, you think he's into drugs? How about he's in charge of the DAA? Go fuck with that. But I
He's
don't
in
want
charge
them
of the
to.
crap.
I don't want
Bureau.
them to troll that. I just want to make those jokes, but I don't want them to actually. Gosh, I had a thought before that, but
The crack pipe czar, Hunter Biden.
Leviticus. I'm opening to I'm trying to find a passage here. Let's see. Leviticus 25 verses.
oh, there's lots of fun passages. Yeah.
So here's
Again
what
with Leviticus.
As for your male and female slaves whom you may have, you may buy male and female slaves from among the nations that are round about you. You may also buy from among the strangers who sojourn with you and their families that are with you, who have been born in your land, and they may be your property. You may bequeath them to your sons after you to inherit as a possession forever. You may make slaves of them. But over your brethren, the people of Israel, you shall not rule one over another with harshness. So,
Of course.
Now, you may buy male and female slaves as opposed to any other gender of slave, right? Why do they have to specify? You can buy male and female slaves.
Well, it's funny.
The technology and the medicine was not available back then, nor would it have been allowed. It's still
exactly. It seems redundant to throw that in there, but
yeah, and then we all know Exodus. Everybody knows Exodus 21.
But it's explicit. Like they don't mince words. The Bible doesn't mince words, and so when they try and come with it was just indentured servitude. It was the good kind of slavery. We got them into a works program.
so you might actually be excluded from that, Amy, because it doesn't say you can buy transgender slaves.
I know.
I don't know.
Hey,
I'm transgender too, by the way.
It's like they try and modify the Bible for current day things. Like my dad asked me what I was doing this weekend. I told him I'm getting my nails done. He's like, "Oh, are you doing that again?" Because like I've been out for a few years and he still doesn't want to face it. And he starts going on about, "Oh, I gotta look up a Bible verse for you." I'm like, "Dad, back then, everybody had long hair, everybody wore robes and sandals, everybody wore makeup, especially if you were in Egypt." All right. So how are you gonna tell me? And he's like, "Oh no, there's a verse. They're gonna do it no matter how. It could be 5,000 AD, and people are still gonna be quoting the Bible, trying to excuse shit why you should or shouldn't do X, Y, Z.
It's what we're working here for, Sam.
Looking here, there is stuff in the New Testament on slavery as well.
Yes, there is.
And a lot of people who are theists try to deny that. See, I'm looking at.
And they confirm it. Let's just say this: everything you're about to say, before they say it's just the Old Testament, just always have in the back of your head saying, "No, I'm Paul. I wrote half the New Testament. I endorse this."
Yeah. Here we go.
If you're a slave, Amy, be the best slave you can be.
Yeah. We have Luke chapter 12, verses 47 and 48. It says, "And that servant who knew his master's will, but did not make ready or act according to his will, shall receive a severe beating. But he who did not know and did what deserved a beating, shall receive a light beating." Oh, so if he didn't know anybody, gets a light beating.
Well, see, there you go. He's only going to get beat a little bit.
And this is New Testament. "Everyone to whom much is given, of him will much be required, and of him to whom men commit much, they will demand the more." The problem too with indentured servitude is what you've got is, I'm going to kill these non-Israelites, take their land, and charge everybody else to live off of it. So it's like, oh, if you're going to live off the land, then you're now my indentured. So it's like, I'm going to kill this person and make this person my bitch. I mean, that's like the whole Old Testament.
Well, they use that passage to show that that people in hell, like, I guess if you didn't know about God and you go to hell, your fire won't be as hot. But if you knew about God and you rejected him anyway, you're going to get the severe beating. You're going to get the really hot fire.
It's ridiculous. And it never once says in the Bible that children don't go to hell.
It doesn't. It's just that they could never imagine their God doing something
It's
so
an ad
terrible.
hoc.
You couldn't
Just like
imagine like a kindergarten in hell of burning kids.
Right. There are verses that imply that like like all of the Canaanites, it says stuff about all of these certain cultures would be sent to hell, and it talks about slicing open the bellies of pregnant women. I think that's hold on. Oh yeah, God is not pro-life. I have like everything kind of segmented and noted, but I mean,
Well, because if you give the doctrine of original sin meaning, then even a child would have sin. They would have to go to hell.
right, yeah, and yeah, that's why Catholics, they baptize babies so that
And that's why they say aborted fetuses they go to limbo. They go to a part of hell with no fire because they can't go to heaven because they have original sin, but they're not being punished because they didn't do anything, so they go to limbo. It's just a
it's like being
vacuous
born.
void existence
Passing
forever.
out of a woman gives you sin, apparently.
There-
So if you're
there's-
born C-section, does that mean you're born with sin or not?
I would say so.
who knows, but
You
yeah,
just have to. Women are inherently sinful. They're just
It's
bad.
something about passing through the birth canal that gives you sin for some reason.
oh yeah,
Vaginas are terrible, apparently.
you're born from the original sin of sex, which is why snakes lost their legs, of course, because we know they were they be so much. Anybody here watch Rick and Morty, where Rick has like this gun,
He had the gun and shot it. Gave the snake legs, and they all.
it got legs, and it was like what the fuck.
It would be pretty shitty to try to carry that body around on legs, but
yeah. And then, does anyone here seen Your Pretty Face Is Going to Hell? It's an Adult Swim show. Yeah, they had one with aborted fetuses in it. It's pretty funny. Like they like mix like gun rights and abortion into like these aborted fetuses in hell, and they're like, and Satan decides he's going to give guns to everybody, and this
that sounds hilarious.
This Claw guy, he's like, you're going to give a gun to this guy. He's like, yeah, he's a wizard. It's funny, yeah. Like,
I have no way. I have no idea of how to take that conversation right there. That's
it's
above your pay grade.
Yeah, I don't know if I should feel bad saying that or not.
That's above our pay grade. We're just not equipped for that.
Let's just watch the show. All right, how about we just do that?
So I think it's very underrated. It's called Your Pretty Face Is Going to Hell. It's the only live action Adult Swim show that I've seen that I really like. I like Tim and Eric also, but
There was also Loiter Squad. I think.
I saw that. I tried watching Black Jesus, but I just thought it was terrible.
I forgot about that. But yeah, slavery.
As I say, woohoo, slavery.
Yeah. Well, I mean, slavery, comes from different cultures have come up with the idea, but judging by stuff that if you read in the Bible, it seems like there were a lot of peaceful cultures too that were just not of the Christian God or the Israelite way. I'm echoing.
Hello?
Hello?
Everything's fine. I just called you a moment ago because I forgot something, but everything's fine.
What?
Everything's fine.
Amy, could you mute that, please?
Yeah, someone's. Uh-oh. Am I still on? Yeah.
What is it?
Oh, there's Sam. We got Sam back.
I'm sorry. Somebody called me. I keep forgetting there's a mute button. I'm so sorry.
Oh. Okay. I'm back.
So if I got what were we talking about? Aborted fetuses or something else funny?
Amy,
like
we can't hear you.
Really? Oh, damn! I made my one joke. Can I say my favorite Anthony Jeselnik joke about abortion? I love killing babies, but the thought of allowing a woman to have a choice makes me sick to my stomach. I can't have it. That's my favorite Anthony Jeselnik joke on abortion, or my favorite joke on abortion.
I'm definitely shaking my head at that one. Like I'm too good for the internet.
Well,
He's
You're
evil.
too good. We're too good.
He's
Ogre.
good. You should. He's. So yeah.
We'll send that down to Smoky Saint level.
Oh my god, I was
The
listening.
Smoky Saint level of hell.
Smoky
For
Saint
some
level.
reason, everything's quiet now. Like you guys were all, this whole room was louder, but after my phone call, everything's all quiet.
We were all waiting, I guess.
I'll
With
just
bated
talk
breath.
here now.
we talk about the best way to prep a baby for going in the oven. You know, all atheists eat babies.
That's right. There are good recipes to share when you're trying to, and when we're worshiping Satan. That's the other thing, right?
I mean,
I
we
forgot
could
the other
baptize it,
things
I
we're
guess, with
you're
cheap
supposed to be
whiskey,
doing.
like Jim Beam, before you drink it.
Drink Jim Beam.
I'm gonna refresh.
Jim Beam's not cheap whiskey. Jim Beam is
It's
medium
Jim's favorite.
whiskey.
What are you talking about?
It's totally my favorite. It's absolutely my favorite. It's so much of my favorite. I just drink it from the handle.
I love whiskey. It's great, nice and sweet.
I'm gonna look horrible, but I'm gonna turn on my camera for a second.
No, you're good. Turn it on for 2 seconds. Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Woohoo.
Hey,
That's a good
Hey,
one.
Satin.
flag.
That's still my favorite. I say I worship Satin because he's much softer, but I'll take Satan.
An LGBT
You are
Baphomet
full
flag.
of
There
those
you go.
Satan flags. My God.
Satan, hail me a cab. Did you ever watch the documentary, the Hail Satan documentary that they made
No.
Yeah. I'm a member of
about
the
the
Satanic
Temple of
Temple.
Satan? I thought it was a little like being obsessed with this Baphomet sculpture that they made. I mean,
I actually
obsessive, but hey.
I know Lucian Greaves a little bit. I go to movie nights for the TST. The guy that put his testicles on the lady's grave. Yeah.
Okay,
Happy
so
sweet
I
golf
was
Sundays.
back just in time to see your flag, and that was kind of funny.
Yeah.
Woohoo.
Yeah, I'm a big supporter of the TST. They have billboards up.
TST,
pro
what's that?
billboards down south.
What?
The big fights that we're in right now is for women to keep their abortion rights and to get rid of the ISSTD, which is like I don't remember exactly what it stands for, but it's like people that claim to be victims of like satanic ritual abuse and military mind control and stuff like that. And there's
But what is TFT?
TST, the Satanic Temple.
Oh, okay.
See, I like Satanists only because they're awesome trolls, and so whenever they post something and it gets in the news,
They are good trolls, yeah.
Depends on the Satanist. I'm not real big on trolling personally, but I mean, I'll take any.
I meant that in the best way possible. That's true.
And we atheists, at our heart, we are vile and evil. We will worship anything that's evil, like the devil. So there you go.
We're why it doesn't rain, I think. If you check why it's not raining, I'm pretty sure.
We have black
That's,
hearts, and
that's Elijah.
empty souls.
Spirit of drought.
There you go. Exactly.
I've
Jim,
got
what are you doing hanging around us? We're going to leech any goodness out of you.
I'm so fucked.
I'm not a Satanist either. Come on now. Jim's
No,
not
we're
the only
not.
person being
Except for
tortured and
Megan.
massacred.
No, it's a joke, Ogre.
Reverse
I
massacre.
was just being hyperbolic.
Right. Also,
God.
your name is kind of like misspelled. It's like Orge. It's like
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
That's an inside joke.
Okay.
That's why a bunch of ogres want to have an orgy.
Yeah. Orgy. 343. Oh my god.
I'm here all night, folks. It doesn't get any better.
Okay.
Yeah,
She's
my goal
bombing
is to
really
start.
bad tonight. No, not that kind.
My goal is to get more serious into debating theists, probably like sometime in the next year.
Oh,
But
it's fun.
I'm a pretty aggressive anti-theist. I have pretty good.
Welcome
knowledge
on
of-
board.
Megan,
Megan last night was just laying it down. Like I think her entire stream of thought was just put out to the
So
whole
who was
world.
here? Who was here last night? I missed last night.
Megan, was she in chat?
Yeah, in chat.
Yeah.
Oh, she was
She was
bombing the
eating them
chat.
up.
Oh, well, dude, that was only like a fraction of the stuff. That's why I was like, okay, I've said enough. Yeah, I get on rants. I do.
We encourage it here. We encourage it.
We encourage ranting.
That's
And
right.
I could, there's Bible verses that advocate for rape.
Oh, hey, if you were doing us a favor, if you want to go into another Bible verse, we can go in all day.
I think I'm gonna be more of a mediator because, like, I want to hear both sides. I have my own opinions, but
I'll read it straight out of the Bible. I mean, there doesn't have to be two sides.
Let the Bible defend the Bible.
Total.
You can convert your dad, Sam. Bring him over to the dark side.
he'll never. He's just a whiny. No, don't do that. You shouldn't do that.
Although I do like my Bible.
I
for
raised
one-
you. You such a good-looking boy. What happened to you?
Yeah.
I can imagine.
is your dad a Italian stereotype?
I'm Puerto Rican.
Puerto Rican, but I
Maybe
can
like
imagine
to say
you-
she can imagine it too. You were such a beautiful boy. What happened to my son?
No, yeah, bullshit.
I can imagine that line of thought.
Okay,
Yeah.
See, I have a good connection with my mom now. We bond so well, and then my dad's just like, just make sure you're making your money and go to school. That's what I care
Get
about.
the shekels.
He has a completely different mindset. He's like, yeah, whatever. I'm watching the Eagles. That's cool.
Make the shekels.
Here's the messed up one. We got Judges, chapter 21, verses 10 through 24. It says, so the congregation sent thither 12,000 of their bravest men, and commanded them, go and smite the inhabitants of Jabesh and Gilead with the edge of the sword, also the women and the little ones. This is what you shall do. Every male and every woman that has lain with a male you shall utterly destroy. And they found among the inhabitants of Jahesh and Gilead 400 young virgins, who had not known man by lying with him. And they brought them to the camp at Shiloh, which is in the land of Canaan. Then the whole congregation sent word to the Benjaminites who were at the rock of, I'm not real good with like pronunciations, Rimmon, R-I-M, and proclaimed peace to them. And Benjamin returned at that time, and they gave them the women whom they had saved alive of the women of Jahesh and Gilead. But they did not suffice for them. And the people had compassion on Benjamin because the Lord had made a breach in the tribes of Israel. Then the elders of the congregation said, what shall we do for wives for those who are left, since the women are destroyed out of Benjamin? And they said, there must be an inheritance for the survivors of Benjamin, that a tribe be not blotted out from Israel. Yet we cannot give them wives of our daughters, for the people of Israel had sworn. Cursed be he who gives a wife to Benjamin. So they said, behold, there is the yearly feast of the Lord at Shiloh, which at north of Bethel, on the east of the highway that goes up from Bethel, so Shechem, and south of Lebona. And they commanded the Benjaminites, saying, go and lie in wait in the vineyards, and watch. If the daughters of Shiloh come out to dance in the dances, then come out of the vineyards and seize each man his wife from the daughters of Shiloh. So I'm assuming these are like children they're talking about. Go to the land of Benjamin, and when their fathers or their brothers come to complain to us, we will say to them, grant them graciously to us, because we did not take for each man of them his wife in battle, neither did you give them to them, else you would now be guilty. And the Benjaminites did so, and took their wives according to their number from the dancers whom they carried off. Then they went and returned to their inheritance and rebuilt the towns and dwelt in them. And the people of Israel departed from there at that time, every man to his tribe and family, and they went out from there, every man to his inheritance. So it's basically just, saying they killed everyone except for the young virgins and, took them as their wives, So the woman doesn't have a say, or anything.
It
To
seems
summarize, to summarize, they raided a village, left only the virgins, and when there weren't enough virgins to take back home, someone was like, "Hey, go to this town, because if you take a wife from the tribe of Benjamin, you're cursed. So go to this town and take their young ones and bring them back, and then we'll
Right,
replenish
but not
like."
the ones that are too young. The smallest of the children, the little ones, they says to kill them. And yeah, so it's
I'm
just
trying
like
to summarize because that was a lot, and like
yeah, it is.
don't
That
wanna
one.
we're losing attention here. Like I don't know if Jim's on his phone or not.
no.
Oh,
So, and I actually I want to read another. Were you guys here for when we were talking about the loopholes?
Okay, hey, so here's what I would ask. Like, are we gonna like jump from topic to topic to topic to topic to topic to topic to topic?
we're
Or are we
trying
gonna
to.
kind of pick a topic and kind of stay on it?
Thanks.
I don't
okay,
know.
so
What do
I
you
just
think,
like
Jim?
the same exact opinions. Let's just pick a topic and stay on it for a little bit. So if we're gonna go to deal with slaves, let's deal with slavery. If we're gonna deal with
Yeah.
whatever, let's deal with whatever. Like, I mean, let's kind of go on and we're
All
some
right, you
natural.
can be a little Ken Hovind about it. Okay, we got you.
So,
I don't call it
that
Ken
be
Hovind, I
yes,
just call
you
it- I
do
just
want to
call it,
talk
Why do
about
you keep
slavery?
hearing Ken Hovind's name? Whatever. It's in the corner. It's in the friggin' corner.
Hovind,
Alright.
Hovind, Kent, inmate 0641931. I don't remember his number
1931.
because Aaron Robb referred to him by his inmate number.
I mean, I don't care. Whatever topic we want to talk about.
There you go.
Like I just asked that we stick to it for a little bit. You know, we present, you know, maybe both sides of the argument and dive in for a few minutes or not, and then say, okay, hey, we're done with this argument now. Like we can kind of move on to something else.
Down for that?
Yeah, we kind of were hitting like none of us really had anything left on slavery. I don't think.
Okay, I mean, yeah, like I'm just I'm just like shots across the board, like whatever.
I'm gonna turn on my cam again for 1 second. I forgot to show. Here's the other
So
thing.
did someone want to make a point?
Because I just felt like we were kind of jumping very quickly. So like we read that passage. Oh, that's interesting. You know, I guess Satan could technically call that his church is also built on the cornerstone of Peter as well.
So Megan, like, are you just like lol? Look at this Satan merchandise, or are you like legit in the church?
Yeah, you got like a pentagram of thought laid out someplace, or what? I mean,
I'm a member of the Satanic Temple. Yeah, I also have a certificate.
Oh, you really? I thought you were just like LOL, ironic.
Yeah,
No,
but they're
okay.
an
No,
atheistic
remember.
Satanist.
wait, they
Yeah.
print certificates? There's like you're a card carrying Satanist.
Yes, I am. Literally, I have a card. Yes, I'm a card carrying Satanist.
Wow, I learned so much
But
tonight.
then you're not an atheist then, because Satan is his own deity, isn't it?
No,
Yeah, but
we're
it's
atheists.
just to
We don't
Control.
believe literal. The Bible talks about Satan also meaning the adversary to the Christian faith. Somebody who opposes the Christian faith can also be considered a Satanist, depending on which part of the Bible you read, because well, it's the Bible.
Doesn't that also say like anything that's not Christian is considered pagan?
It depends. The word Satan means like an adversary to the Christian faith, basically, is what the word Satan means. So
Well, isn't he
Satan
also a
doesn't-
dude?
an embodiment of a supernatural being.
The Old Testament or the New Testament?
I don't know exactly. I don't remember on that.
Well,
on
did
those
Jesus like walk with Satan though?
verses.
And we literally got off topic again.
I
Well,
don't think Jesus
Jim's
ever-
fault for not keeping us on topic.
No, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not
Jim,
the
what
one
are you
who-
doing? You're slacking.
I am, but okay,
I'm-
but don't
I'm
blame
adding- I'm
him
adding
just
that
because he's the only non-atheist here. Like we're talking about slavery.
Okay.
Okay, so
So
speaking of
I'm gonna read because I think this will be better. I'm gonna read we can break it up into
from the
different
works.
passages. So I'll read 3 passages, but I'll just read the one, and then we'll comment until we get to the 3. If you buy a Hebrew servant, he is to serve you for 6 years, but in the 7th year he shall go free without paying anything. If he cometh alone, he is to go free alone. But if he has a wife when he comes, she is to go with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the women and her children shall belong to her master, and only the man shall go free.
Except that was the way they used to snag them in for life, because what man's going to want to go free from his wife and his kid, you know?
You'd be surprised.
Yeah.
You caught on to that, huh?
Well, yeah, you can
Can't
make
get it
that.
by Megan. She figured it out. She figured out the deploy.
Yeah, like, well, I've heard Matt talk about it so many times. Matt Dillahunty.
Matt
You'd be
Dillahunty is a
surprised.
beast on this.
I get my passion from him.
Because what if
And-
that slave didn't want the wife to begin with, but had to take her because the master provided? Didn't want the wife, didn't want the kids. So when his
I mean,
time's up, like,
Are you
deuces.
saying in that way it works out? But yeah, but the women still have to be slaves, and the children still have to be slaves.
I mean, I guess my biggest critique of most of this is just cultural biases imposed on the past, because I'm sure that most of us can sit here and say that, well, because this is one of the major counterpoints to Christianity. Well, if you're born in Saudi Arabia, you'd be a Muslim, or if you're born somewhere else, you'd be this or something like that. So what I would pose at some level is, if we were born in those times and operated in that context of that economy, we would be doing the slave thing.
Most likely,
We
yeah.
wouldn't consider it bad. We would be defending.
Right. Yeah, we most likely would.
I disagree. I think there were probably a lot of people back then that there were people that didn't own slaves.
And I think being an abolitionist
didn't mean they didn't want to own slaves or would advocate against slavery. That's a stretch, and that I would like to see some evidence for if you're going to jump to that.
So how
there was no concept of what do you do with people who don't have jobs at the time. There wasn't like any welfare system like there is today.
So what we're looking for is
what's
some
going to happen
numbers
to them.
Well,
stating
if you
how
look
many
at
wealthy
Civil War-
landowners did not own slaves, and for whatever
Right.
reason.
For the Civil War, there had to have been a point when there was.
Okay, so we're talking not Civil War, we're talking back in these times, citing these passages.
Even in those days, I mean, it's just, you grow up as kids, you see someone being treated as a slave and beaten. I think you're going to have a natural sense that there's something wrong with that.
That's pure speculative. It's pure
And-
speculation.
But these rules are what this God endorses. Like
You might as a child, but
perfect
then
God.
you see it happening over and over again. You probably
Okay,
just grow out of it. It's just
why
part
do
of
we
life.
keep taking it back to
But
God?
not everybody would.
Same as you say.
Christianity isn't the only source. Like, why do we have to keep taking it back to God? There's plenty of other instances
Yeah,
of
that's
slavery that did not.
There
involve
are.
There has been
the God of Abraham.
absolutely.
And there are to this day. But the reason why it's tied to the Bible is because it's in the Bible, and it's those rules and laws will always stick around.
Well, it's
And-
probably in other Bibles as well, other religions that were around.
I
Like,
think
Sure it is.
what happens? People need a way to justify it.
yeah,
But the
like,
claim is
what about-
being made that Christianity is better than all these other religions, or that it's the paragon of truth and virtue.
Or that it's a God at all. It doesn't seem
Every
to be a
religion-
Yeah,
God.
I would say it does something that no other religion did, which gives moral agency to even slaves, and that's in Paul. Or not Paul, but Romans.
Well, what
Where he
slaves?
tells them
Moral
Be the
agency
best
Doesn't
slaves
give more
they can
agency
be.
unheard
to
of at the
the
time.
captured slaves.
I
No,
don't
I'm
know
talking
that.
all slaves. It gives moral agency to slaves, which is unheard of.
I don't think it was heard of by the Christians, so I'd like to see evidence for that.
And also, you
That's
can't say
wrong.
unheard of without providing evidence. What other
Yeah, I want to
slave
see
owners
evidence of that.
did that? You got to literally list every single one of them. I mean,
I mean, if that's the case, like that's going to be nearly impossible. But okay, man. Like, we
well,
can
then
put-
you can't make that claim, can you? You can't say we're the only
No,
people.
I'm making the claim because here's the thing: in Roman times, slaves were regarded as property who had nothing moral about them. Okay, from somebody who's read a little bit about Roman stuff. Okay, so there's evidence there, and then reading the Bible in Romans, where Paul talks about what like the responsibility of the slave in giving them moral agency. That is something that's unheard of. It is actually a progressive movement.
How did he give the slaves moral agency?
You have to act it's like you're acting for the best wishes of all. Something like that effect. I have to find it.
So
Also,
this
you gave
goes
me
back to the
one
idea that the
example.
slavery in the Bible is a little bit better than the
I'm
slavery
not
of the
calling
other
slavery
cultures, which might be true, but
better anywhere, at any time. In what I would say again, here's this cultural bias aspect of it too, because here's the thing: we were back in the time period. We'd all be trying to be slaveholders. We'd all be trying to do all these other things. I would be very careful to say that you would be an abolitionist back then. Very careful, because I don't think you would be. Don't kid yourself.
it's hard to say.
Yeah,
I'm not
it's hard to
saying
say.
I would.
I think I would have just stayed out of it back then if I lived back then.
Because
But
you'd
then
be
you'd
interacting
be
with slaves
But
every day.
isn't this a
implicit.
moral? This is a
Well,
moral.
I
we were talking about.
I would have been stoned to death for being a prodigal child back then.
I would have been stoned to death for kissing one of the genders. I will. Hey, who knows which one anymore? But one
Who
of them
knows
would have
which
got me
one?
stoned to
One of
death.
them would have
Yeah.
got you in trouble.
Or I would have gotten burned at the stake for being a witch. One or the other, yeah.
As we discussed last night, yeah.
In Roman times.
I probably just would have ran away and was like, "I'm on home."
But this goes back to a point that we were having earlier. This becomes moral relativism. This becomes, well, if you just didn't understand the people of the times, and we just have to understand people over here in their time when they're doing crazy things. And
well, then are we
can
claiming for a moral universalism?
I mean, I think I have more. It's not objective, but yes, we could say that slavery was
objective. I'm
yes,
telling you, use my
was
word
wrong then. It was wrong then. It's wrong now. It'll be wrong in the future.
How is that wrong back then? I mean, even from an evolutionary framework, we don't start off completely perfect all the time.
There's no
isn't
evolution.
the classic Jim? Isn't one of the classic statements of theism that there is absolute morality?
Hey, I'm not trying to bring theism into this. I'm just trying to have a discussion right now about slavery. Like,
well, you can't have it's kind of hard to separate a discussion. It's kind of hard to separate discussion of slavery from theism.
Okay. Check this out, though. Check this out. As tough as this sounds, human rights are even a construct of ours. Who said there has to be
based on biological evolution, and we are a social species? We probably always had some level of natural sense that slavery was wrong.
Oh yeah, totally. Just like it's a natural urge to like try and help someone out that they're screaming in pain or whatnot. But still,
we live more in a state of nature than anything. That's the biological human condition.
To help our own species. We have
and even at some levels warring against tribes. That's the biological condition, not this idea of civilization. That's it.
No, we're a social species. We do have colonization and the ability to be civilized. There's several apes in nature who exist in tribes and colonies, and
agree.
Some are more social than others.
It's a part of evolution.
Within those tribes, right? But when they go to war with other tribes, right?
We would make
a moral issue, but they're still going to go to war with other tribes. They're also going to have a hierarchy in those tribes. They'll have like a scapegoat or something like that, or there's certain ways you navigate those things. Like that's probably more from an evolutionary perspective, more of how we would be going about our daily business, not living in houses and all this other fun stuff that we find ourselves in right now.
But that would be fine if the Christians were saying it was a book inspired by humans. They're saying it's a book inspired by God. So it's not just infallible humans. This is the wisdom from the person who knows all.
Okay, but he's also not removing free will. Or some compatible version of it.
No one's saying he's moving free will. I think the argument is that he could have made this stance if he wanted to.
But he
Because
didn't.
if slavery is an absolute bad, and he didn't make this stance because he didn't want to piss off the culture at the time, then how can you say slavery is an absolute bad?
So is God the representative of the moral universal?
Well, I don't know how he can't be. He's God.
Okay,
I mean,
then we operate in the world
Yeah.
in objective morals, which are aimed at whatever we're trying to achieve. So if that's the case, then we can come up very quickly and then say slavery is an option. So I don't know if slavery is really.
I don't follow that.
It's an option for millennia, man.
The conclusion is
until capitalism was generated.
But it's never going to be moral to own another human.
How do you know? Why are we going down this road? How are we saying it's not more? How are we saying it's more?
So, Jim, can I ask? I think I could ask this question away for a yes or no answer. All the objective truths. Is there objective morality in your worldview?
It depends on what you mean by objective.
For example, raping a child. Is there a situation?
I get to bypass all that.
A time in the future.
Morality. It's totally subjective.
But James, doesn't it sound like they're playing both sides when it comes to that? I feel bad. Not you, but
Amy, can I finish asking Jim my question, please? I'd like to get in.
I'm sorry.
So, Jim, as an example, I don't think you're going to find a whole lot of people nowadays that say sex with a 5-year-old child is a more good thing. And you're probably not going to a lot of times in the past. That would be an example of something where I have a hard time foreseeing that being a morally good thing, right?
Okay, so here's what I would say. I would say that the Etruscans raped. That's Rome. The Greeks raped. The Mongols raped. All of these things are derived out of their objective, whatever they're aiming at. So Genghis Khan and the Mongols wanted to conquer the world and do whatever the hell they wanted to do. So they decided that they would rape that within their moral code.
Yes.
The Etruscans, they needed to solidify their place on the Italian peninsula, and so they would take people from different tribes the same way that we're talking here, and objectively they decided that rape was okay.
Yes.
Same thing for the Greeks. So again, we've established a precedent that objective morals, right? It depends on what you're aiming at.
So if you don't want to give me a yes or no to that,
no, I gave you an answer. Objective morals exist. It depends on what you're aiming at.
So maybe you should have asked, what is your unobjective moralities? What is unobjective
Your
morality?
Universal morality, because that would apply against everything.
Okay, so that to me that sounds like a terminology. But
that's how we're using this. That's how we're using these words. Like we say, like how we measure objective morality, right? How do we measure morality?
Yeah, I'm fine with using your terminology, universal morality instead of objective. I'm fine with using that terminology.
Okay.
What is an example of a universal moral good?
That I couldn't tell you from my perspective.
What is a universal moral bad?
Couldn't tell you. I don't know.
So you don't think
I don't think we're in a position to know what a universal morality would look like. I don't
I'd
know.
like to take a stab at it.
I mean, go ahead. Like we can
revert it back to just basic human instinct, basic species instinct. To help others of your kind that's in trouble. Because naturally, I don't think we're naturally cannibals. Like insects or some small animals. Or we're gonna try and help another primate or simian that's like, this looks like me. Think about like caveman, like back before language. You hear a scream that sounds like human. Huh?
It still depends on what you're aiming at, right? Maybe a universal good from a biological perspective would be to reproduce, because if we don't reproduce, we don't exist anymore.
That's true. Totally. That's an instinct right there. to replace more with yourself. That's why I think tribes go at war with each other. You know, like destroy and create, destroy and create. It's two very, very integral reflexes of ours. Destroy and replace with our own.
And I think we can get to as close to universals as we're ever going to get, while admitting that we can't have absolute certainty. Like the example was rape. We can say in 99% of situations it is bad and evil to rape someone. There's always going to be the the Saw situation happens where you don't rape her and I'm gonna kill her. So there's the 0.1%. But we can't live by the what happens if Saw happens. It has to be we're trying to come to what seems to be the most moral. And I think it was immoral 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, and it's not going to be moral.
How do you prove that, though? How do you make that claim? Say that it was immoral when there's multiple accounts of this occurring at multiple different locations. It's literally polygenesis.
So you're saying there's multiple bad events of people doing bad events everywhere?
Well, no. What I'm saying is it's immoral. Here's what I would say. At 10:21 p.m., 1/9/2021, amongst 6 people right here, we are deeming that this is immoral based off of where we are in this space, in this time. Back then, you can't. I don't. You can say for like talking about it and stuff like that, but you also have to respect the context and people of the time. If not, you would have to say that Abraham Lincoln was immoral. We talked about this yesterday. A little bit.
You
were
could
they
say
all morally defective?
But see, that's equivocating, because I'm saying it was a book made by humans, and the reason why there's horrible stuff in there is because it was solely inspired by humans. And so if you want to tell me it's the perfect word of God or inspired or all this stuff, then to me, I should have a much higher standard. It should be, thou shalt not have a slave. Been saying this for 4,000 years.
Now you're establishing a bias, right? Because you say this has to have a higher standard. That is a form of a bias.
I don't think it's a bias. I think
because if I go to, like, let's use a simple thing, right? Amy, I hire you because you and I both we go back doing multiple debates or all other fun stuff. I'm holding you to a higher standard because I know you can do X, Y, and Z. That is a form of bias that Sam could see and act out.
But your bias is basically saying I have a bias for moral people, and it could be that
bias that
Yahweh
that God has to be perfect.
It doesn't have to be perfect. He has to be much better than what's in the Bible. The Bible is a terrible example.
Again, if the God is said to be perfect and the word is said to be of God, then therefore the word should be perfect and not need interpretation.
Maybe it depends on how, if you take it from accommodation standpoint.
No, I'm not going. I'm not done. There are religions where God is not perfect, like the Greek gods. They are flawed and fallible. You know, so like
I would say that they would appear to be perfect according to the Greeks at that time as well.
And I mean, Yahweh has all sorts of weird things, though. He admits he's jealous, which is a trait that humans can get over. So I don't know. He doesn't seem very godlike a lot of times.
Again, so
he doesn't begin as omniscient. He evolves throughout the Old Testament.
Jim, question for you.
Yeah, what's up, man?
In your opinion, are the 10 Commandments universally moral?
No, they're not, because they're used in a time. I mean, we could sit here and say, in my opinion, universally moral: do not kill, do not steal, do not envy. Those make sense.
So the 10 Commandments only applied to the Jews, to that specific people at that specific time?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, that I think would be an honest argument to make.
Is it safe to say that since God didn't say this stuff applies going forward, that we don't need to think it applies? Like, why should I assume the 10 Commandments are still moral in God's eyes?
Well, have you read the rest of the Bible? And then you have to ask the question: does the New Testament matter to you? And if the New Testament doesn't matter, then we don't have. Then you might as well just be, what is it, a Jew at that point. because you're no longer a Christian and you're no longer accepting the New Testament as reliable or
So-
as useful.
Does the New Testament, in your opinion, say that it applies going forward in a way the Old Testament does not?
It fulfills the purpose of the law and naturally changes the relationship between God and man.
And does it? And yes, but does it apply to us nowadays? Does the New Testament say it applies to us in a way the Old Testament says it does not apply to us?
I mean, maybe I'm not understanding your question. Like,
Well, you said that. I took what you said as the Old Testament was for the Jews, and the Old Testament doesn't say it applies to us in 2021. That's why I took your original answer to my question. Was that, did I take it wrong?
For the New Testament should I would say should be a standard that you can examine.
Well, I okay, let me try rephrasing this so I understand it correctly.
Yeah.
I originally asked about the 10 Commandments, and you
Okay.
said that was, and the way I took your answer was that that's for the Jews. 10 Commandments were for that time
Christians
period.
as well, but it establishes the New Testament. There's a narrative here.
Yes. So I guess maybe I'm just confused here, but I'm trying to figure out why the New Testament matters to me and the Old Testament doesn't.
Because of the figure of Christ. The figure of Christ changes the relationship between God and man fundamentally.
And it says in the text that this going forward is the way it is.
Yes, in a way it does.
Does it say that because your faith says that, or does it?
No, I'm
explicitly
saying
say
that because if I read the story even literally, I see the relationship between God and man change. God and man in the Old Testament is based off of habits, based off of law. Then it changes in the New Testament with Christ. That's based off a literal interpretation. So what are you trying to get at here?
Oh, what I'm trying to get at is I want to understand in your view, why the New Testament does apply, why the morality of New Testament does apply, because you think the morality essentially changes with the people, right? Slavery wasn't immoral for the old Jews. Slavery is immoral for us modern 2021 folk. So I'm trying to figure out how the Bible articulates that change.
Well, it's not
without just going off of faith.
It could be anything. I mean, it could be any number of things. I mean, it could be economic. I mean, I think James and I have kind of made an argument here that capitalism has been the driving force behind why slavery is no longer viable.
Sure. Except that capitalism your shoes are probably made by slave children labor, but yeah.
Okay, that's a whole nother ball game because now we're talking about low cost countries, running business, how you look at that.
I agree.
And how you define child labor
it's
and if
actually
you're
closer to
imposing
the
your
subject
own
of slavery. So
economic
yeah, let's
standard
do
on
that.
them.
I agree that's a different ball game. I agree. But
so then why bring it in?
I don't know, because I thought it was a humorous side to put in there. I wasn't trying to rustle your feathers so badly.
You're not ruffling my feathers, man. I am drinking. I do have a sense of humor. Yes, I can be somewhat serious, but I am having fun and
His feathers look pretty unruffled.
Yeah, again,
so
I'm just
far.
we're trying to connect this all biblically. So I want to, because I think Amy's making a good point, and in Amy's worldview, it's legitimate that why would God's opinion change on this? Why is God playing for the culture at the time? Right? That seems weird.
That's a whole topic of theology that I don't.
Yeah.
understand.
Yes. But I also see. Sorry to bogart the chat room here, but I also see from the classic Christian point of view that Amy's view of God doesn't matter to God. Right? What Amy thinks God should be. If God existed, God don't care about it. So I'm trying
about
to
what Smokey thinks God should be. That's what God's word is.
Smokey is Pope Senior. I agree, but I'm trying to follow your view biblically and see where it lines up, because I'm on Amy's side of this conversation, but I want to understand yours as well. You know,
I'm in the middle.
Yeah. It's good. It's a good conversation. I like 25th. He's trying to get into he's doing the economics thing, and he's right. Economics and child labor and all that other fun stuff is a pretty robust topic to get into.
It's a loaded conversation, yeah.
It's a very robust topic to get into. So great. Like I thought, I'll be honest with you.
Sorry.
I think that was a really good tit for tat. Like going back and forth. At the end of the day, like that was
fun.
I think that was good.
I just get to
Again.
sit in the middle and watch both sides fight against each other.
Yeah.
Well,
Because I'm
depends on
a-
the subject. Hey,
I'm a moral relativist, so
oh, that's true. On that, so yeah.
yeah.
I kind of view myself as I'm in the center, and even my thing is kind of a centrist thing because it can't be absolute, but it's as close to objective, I believe.
As close as possible.
Yeah, so because I try and think, the reason why I think this is I try and think 1,000 or 2,000 years down the line. I try and put myself in there, and I try and say, because there are certain views I know now are already going to be seen as evil, but I know what they are, and like
but you can see it.
Well, but it's hard. So, like the food eating, the eating
The
animals,
veganism, that will be viewed as
that will
evil.
be slowly. Not only because of hunting, but I just think because of exponentially as humans grow, there will eventually there won't be a nature. There's just going to be an us.
We won't need it because
we're gonna turn into Coruscant,
And so at
so
that
once
point,
we don't need to eat animals anymore, it'll be very easy for us to say how bad it was.
yes, or there may come a time where they have replaced lab-grown meat with meat, and the people just don't even know the difference. It may take a few generations. So I can see an exponential debate or argument why 1,000 years from now that's going to be seen as evil.
Oh,
But
I was telling people that they'll be taking down Obama statues because of him eating meat at some point. They will, believe me. They will.
Stuff like that.
500 years from now, they'll be saying, "Oh, he ate meat." Barack Obama, look at him there. He's eating that burger.
And
because he wasn't black enough.
Well, maybe not. Yeah.
Or because he ordered drone strikes all over the place.
Well, that could be. But if he gets a pass on all that, it'll be from the meat eating.
All right. So now that we all kind of hugged and kissed a little bit to make sure we're all good to go.
And Sam left us.
Sam, you had to go to the bathroom or something like that. I don't know what the hell's going on there.
Oh,
there she is.
Spoke too soon. She's like, I'm back.
All right. So our Ogre, what else? What other questions do you have concerning that viewpoint and to kind of tie it back to slavery again? Like I think my position is remain relatively.
Where else is Jim going wrong? What else is he doing fallacious?
So I mean, I guess to go if you want to go off track, a question I've yet to feel I have a satisfactory answer to, in regards to biblical slavery, would be I think it's Deuteronomy or something like that, when it talks about how to treat a slave and don't whip them too hard and all that stuff, right?
That's don't beat your slaves.
Yeah, don't beat them too much, right? Just beat them. But if you beat them too much, you got to pay them.
Don't beat them so hard they die right then. If they survive a day or two, it's okay.
That's our PSA today. Don't beat your slaves.
Yeah. But later on in that very same chapter, it talks about different rules because those rules that we just listed are specifically for Hebrew indentured servants. And it feels when I read the text in English that the later rules for captured slaves don't have the same rules. Like Jewish slaves are treated better than non-Jewish slaves. Do you think that's a good reading or not?
I mean, that's a pretty solid reading, even from my perspective. Like, I mean, there is differences in the law and how you carry out the law. I mean, you can even look at the interpretation of like, kind of throw us forward all the way to Christ. He's like, love thy neighbor. Well, what does that? What does that phrase really mean? Yeah, and I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm a original Greek interpreting person or Hebrew. Like, I read the same thing you read.
Can I ask, I always find this interesting. Have you ever had a Christian come to you? I find this more with Islam more than Christianity, but someone that says you do not understand the Bible because you haven't read it in the original Greek or Hebrew or whatever.
Greek, Hebrew, and Aramaic.
That name.
I don't play that game. I mean, yes, those interpretations or those originals can definitely have, maybe some added meaning, but I'm of the opinion that there's plenty of meaning in there to parse out. So
I was just gonna say before we move too far off topic, I forgot who asked the question about Jewish slaves and non-Jewish slaves. But just remember that the Bible has an obvious bias to Hebrews. So it's not going to be. First of all, the Bible's not fair to begin with. Like a whole lot of fucked up shit in there. But second, like it clearly throughout the entire thing says these are the God's chosen people. Treat them. They should be. They deserve better. They deserve their own land of milk and honey. Or if they're a slave, they need to be treated better than other slaves and whatnot. It's just keep that in mind.
Well, so the reason I brought that up, Jim, is to me that is an example of, and I guess I'm kind of arguing against other people's opinions, not yours. But when you get the idea that God is the ultimate arbiter of good, but exactly what Sam was saying, he still tiers how badly you can beat the person that's making you do your labor based on if they have the tip of their dick or not.
Their ethnicity.
So and to me, that's a big issue with a more just God. Is God evil? Well, they didn't chop the tip of their penis off. Therefore, you only slightly beat them to death.
So
I think you just wanted to insert a dick joke there.
He did. You wanted to go there. So here's what I would say. So on the dick thing, right? So it's actually pretty, in my opinion, it's pretty clear that you don't need to be circumcised to be saved, if that's the requirements now.
Obviously, Paul didn't circumcise Timothy.
New Testament.
Yeah, thanks.
Like if you're just going to stick to the Old Testament, yeah, you're right. You gotta get your shit chopped off. Sorry. Anyway, so there's that. And then what I would also say is from the perspective of treating people differently, again, like that, I'm very careful in regards to the context, the cultural context type of thing.
Sure.
Because I think everyone was a man of their time, and of course we can sit there and say, well, you're treating them different. Okay, well, is that immoral? Maybe. Because you treat people differently no matter what. Like if they're not in your in group, you treat them differently. Fundamentally speaking, that's human nature. So there's that. What was another component? I think there was another component, and I'm drawing a blank, maybe because I've been having way too much, but I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, there it is. Again, for me, I guess overall, like you kind of alluded to God being the overall thing. I still think He is the overall thing. Now, this could be a conversation that gets really dicey very quickly because I don't know exactly how to communicate that. That yes, He is, because again, that's like He will represent the universal. However, are we capable of understanding the universal is kind of where we start going into, because if the Bible is an accommodation, which I kind of alluded to earlier, that's in theology. That's like it's an accommodation from God. So like this is His way to tell the story, and He tells it in a narrative. You can't take a verse out of context. I personally think you can't take a verse out of context. So you kind of start running into issues there, and I'm sure we can kind of like, if you really wanted to, we can get into that. But I there's a lot of different things there.
Yeah,
I would be like, again, like I guess to sum that up, humanity has free will at some level, whether or not it's a quirk or I don't know what that looks like. I would say we have free will because we have to pretend that it exists to begin with. So we act that out, and then we. I'm sorry.
We don't have to pretend like we have a free will. It's okay to accept that we have a deterministic will and accept that it's just complex, and then think as freely as we can to what our abilities are.
We have an illusion of free will. Only an illusion.
I can somewhat buy that. I don't want to buy the illusion thing, but
that's what we need to make ourselves sane.
Yeah, that's a whole other
Otherwise, it'd be
That's a
crazy.
whole other thing. So humanity, we can act in any number of things because multiple things can be true at the same time. I think multiple things can be true at the same time. And a quick example of this is you and I want to start a business. We both develop the same business plan. We both start our businesses, and one of us fails. One of us succeeds. So even though we follow all the true things that we think are true or something to that effect, something is still not going to add up. So there's that concept to that. But anyway, I think that's all I really have. I don't want to keep rambling.
Yeah.
Quick question. What time did this thing start before? Was it 7
What?
sharp?
7 sharpish, roundish.
Yeah,
Okay.
7:30.
Very
More like
round.
7:30.
7:30 ish.
Like 7:30-ish, yeah.
Yeah, I can see if it's live 309, then yeah, 7:30.
Getting my face on. Right, my intro.
Yeah, that's fine. So not rushing, but is there a certain time limit you want these to make these? 2 hours, 4 hours?
Why? You're if you have something, you can go, Sam.
I mean, it's too late now. I already pissed off my girlfriend, but that's because I didn't tell her I had obligations.
It's
bring
okay.
it
You're not
I wanna-
obligated to stay
here's
the whole
the-
time.
So here's, in fact, what we normally do is when you're ready to leave, and if you just have to leave, just say, I gotta go do something, and we'll normally let you have a closer. And so you could just have like your closing statement, and then do you have somewhere to go?
Go surprise your girlfriend.
Yeah,
That's
do
right.
something
Go
nice
for
for
that
her.
here. We'd love to meet her.
She's already mad at me. I don't know.
Okay.
But I'm
Well, here,
Oh,
how
well, she
about
won't.
this?
You know how to make
How
her
about
not
this?
mad at
Hold
you.
on, 'cause now Sam's gonna think the opposite. But just for the future, whenever you're ready, you tell us. Because Sam's new. I think we all have this. Like, okay, we're coming in and we have our intros, and it's like a.
I don't have an intro. I just get right into it.
And nice pipe, and yeah. So yeah. So.
Can't hide it.
Oh really? Is that the wife or different rules?
It's the wife, but
Uh,
the taste of it is still there. So I like to.
That's the most marriage statement we're gonna hear tonight.
Absolutely.
I missed it. I missed it.
You're not
But
missing
yeah,
much.
Is it a white flavored pipe? Is the pipe flavored like his wife?
Yes.
That's
Like-
a different
like Bill-
movie, Sam, or a different president, depending on
Like
what
Bill
you're asking.
Clinton.
Yeah.
That's not a special affair for that woman. Anyway.
Hey,
All right.
talking about debate, we could talk about what the meaning of is, but with slavery, exactly.
I love that quote of him.
All right. So our
Classic.
So I know I rudely interrupted Amy with my thing there. So I think she was saying, Sam, like if you gotta go, you gotta go. You gotta do is say your piece.
I want Sam to bring a girlfriend up here. I want to say hi. You guys can get your mailed arguments out of the way and live YouTube. That sounds like fun to me.
No, that's dirty, man. No, you got to keep that stuff to.
That's how you get
That
views.
doesn't sound fun.
Come on,
She
Let
has
you
a
know your
point.
platform.
She has a point to be mad. Earlier today, we all decided to watch a movie together as a family, and I did not tell her that I had prior obligations for about a week to join this podcast at Saturday on 7 p.m.
Man, all the views from this argument would just you channeled add 2 zeros. I'm telling you right now.
Because people like relationship drama.
Girlfriend edition.
Exactly.
People like relationship drama. It's cheap. It's like sugar. It's like donuts versus steak. Like
There's a little bit in us that likes the dumpster fire. We say we don't, and we don't want it to be a dumpster fire, but just a little flame.
they're called train wrecks for a reason. You can't look away.
You can't look away. Yeah.
Yeah, we should stick to wholesome stuff like biblical slavery and avoid all that terrible relationship conversation.
Or slavery in general, because I think that's where the conversation was going at some level. Oh, that's the other thing. Beating of slavery, the light versus the heavy beating and stuff like that. I don't know a good answer for punishment or something like that. Like we can talk rehab or something to that effect. But at some level, I think that you have a system, you implement that system, and there's always going to be pros and cons to that.
I just the system is so harsh. I'll be open about my one time, but I spent a single night in jail, and it
Oh man.
changed my views because
Oh yeah, all those
I
views. Let's go.
I saw both the suburban cops who treated us fantastically, and like they were like, we get this trans thing, okay, we don't get this trans thing, but you do you, and but their jail filled up, and we had to be sent the night in city jail. And the moment we got into city jail, it was like a movie. Like they were dressed like military. They didn't take shit. Like there was no more jokes. This was like a whole different ball game. And so I can see the survival lifestyle that they build in there. And
Wait.
it's horrible.
So what you're at? So I think I'm just kind of. I'm not trying to straw
I'm
man.
using personal experience. That's a different
Yeah.
different. It's the reason why I want reform.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
like I would always say reform for any government or state-run or even municipality-ran organization always needs to be occurring at some level because it doesn't actually generate value. It only consumes things, and the only way it can become more effective is through reform. So
So that the rich can have
But it-
more.
but
no,
it may,
I wouldn't go that far. Like I have an issue when you just say, well, because
Just
the rich.
just throwing a Molotov cocktail in there. Sorry.
Yeah, like I think that's just it just turns into a straw man of the
but
argument.
you could see how just there's an entire system in there of survival. In just everyone has to act tough because if you don't act tough, you're gonna get the shit beat out of you, or you're gonna get abused, or you're
There
gonna
was an
get.
old movie about that, even from like the 80s. I think it was a Tom Selleck movie where he got thrown into jail for like a year for something stupid, and this guy in there, and he ended up having to kill the guy in there because the guy wouldn't stop trying to beat the shit out of him. Yeah.
And it
I
makes the
did-
guards have to be tough because the people in there have to be tough. It's just.
So
Yeah,
imagine
I
that
personally-
you've never really hurt anybody before. You end up in jail for something stupid. You actually have to end up killing somebody.
That's
Yeah,
probably
that's not quite. Well, I've been arrested 22 times. I spent 2 years in prison
Big
when I was
Satanist.
pre-op. No, I wasn't a Satanist back then. Actually, since I become a Satanist, I've been able to become a better person and make better choices. So,
Well, praise Satan.
No, I stand by what I went to jail for. Fuck that.
Praise
Yeah,
Satan.
yeah.
But Megan, to get to your point, the survivalist thing, like, can you tell us about that?
Survival.
Oh well,
What does
I
Amy,
mean
not Megan?
that's more my impact from just having one day, and it was just jail. It wasn't even prison. I'm sure prison is that times 10. But
What happens of segregation? They have the not less violent and more violent areas. They kind of, but they expose you to all kinds of stuff to try to determine the type of person you are, whether you're going to be in the tough, the people that want to act tough, or you know, I wound up in mental health, but like yeah, it just depends. It depends on your moves when you're in there. But when you're locked in a cage by yourself, then it's enough to make you want to act tough, or it just makes you go crazy. I mean, like it's not a good condition for the human mind. So
and I have a very vivid.
I can keep myself occupied. My brain does not shut up. You'd be surprised how I entertain myself in an empty room.
Yeah, no, it's cold. They know how to make you feel cold and all sorts of things that it's a terrible experience. And I had to do solitary because I'm not only trans, but I'm a messed up genitals. They didn't know what the hell to do with me, so they're like, we have the and I ranted at the camera for hours. I was like, I'm gonna change that system. I'm not gonna. And I had I don't know, one of the reasons for the toughness. I had a guy, I believe, a Hispanic gentleman, who was across from me glass on one of the transfer, and he's just going like this. And I'm like, what are you? What is this? Beat me up? Like I looked at him after a while. I'm like, and for a moment it snapped him out of it. Like he went and he turned away. And so I don't know. I get these little pinches that they just live in this whole different world. That they live in this world where you gotta be tough and you gotta
Everybody's
if
got to be alpha male. I fucking hate that
you
shit.
don't get preyed on, you
They
you
play
are
they
the
play
prey.
head games. They love to play mind games, and the guards are in on it. So yeah, it's pretty
You
messed
can
up.
have that shit. You can be alpha. I don't fucking care. I don't
But
Right?
fucking care.
suburbia was the exact opposite. The suburban cops and all the exact opposite. So it depends on the area. It was really like night and day. It was eye awakening. It's two different problems, but it's eye.
Okay.
I know.
I would just say like I have to. I would have to say like something like. So something happens where you break the law, right? I don't think that it would make sense that if I break the laws and the confines, and forgive me if I'm getting all crazy here, but like if I break the confines of order and then I go into chaos and I at some level, right? I would expect to run into people who are rougher and tougher than me.
I guess. I mean, if I had it my way, you know, they'd be put into groups of 5 and they'd all work in classes or stuff. I would segregate them in weird ways and group them in weird ways.
But
And
I
that
mean,
would
they group trans people by their actual genitalia. They do an
That too.
examination, say where are we gonna put you based on that.
Though my
You
joke
sure-
is I could have had a bomb. I could have had a bomb on me because I was like they were checking the trans and I'm trans. The other girls and like they had men check them down. They had a woman try to check me down and she went like this. Yep, good. Don't have shit on her. I was like, okay.
I mean, that's
They were so freaked
the
out.
whole standards though in that or in like within that organization. I wouldn't. I mean,
That's
yeah,
just
you could say you could
the
smuggle a
funny
bomb. You're gonna always gonna run into.
It's because you
No,
had a
they're freaked
female
out by me.
designation on your license,
Well,
and
that and I'm
you were
intersex.
you were physically further along. Like your body was further along in development, so you really displayed both factors of male and female.
Oh, they did too. The other girls did too. But I get what you mean.
It's not but as far as society, like going into society with that, like you can look at society as, oh, it has to be dog eat dog, or you can look at society as, oh, we can work alongside each other and love and coexist, and just simply by wanting more for ourselves find that integrity to become better at what we do, rather than
And
looking at
that
it from.
is where the idea that slavery is bad came from. Because before that, dog eat dog, get ahead however you can. Yeah, imprison others and make them work for you for free. I'm just trying to tie it back into the main topic.
And I
Right,
just
yeah,
want to say,
my
what were you
problem
gonna
is
say, Mike?
capitalism hasn't gotten away from that yet.
What?
Wait.
Just like the way that capitalism works is still kind of built on that. It's changing, but it's still corrupt.
I mean, I don't think it's generally corrupt. I mean, that's a whole other topic. As far, I mean, unless we were related to being like you're a slave to your wage, which even then I think there's good evidence that you're not a slave to your wage.
Well, you're also a slave to your boss. You're a slave to.
I mean, you're a slave to any number of things. So, like, I mean, like, here's the dumb question here is: do you ever get rid of being of the master and slave relationship at some level? Like, is there always going to be someone who's going to be in charge of you especially if you operate within a hierarchy?
Right. I think eventually, as a society, we'll move away from that, where we can manage ourselves and move things along.
I do want to say, Jim, just to put a bow on my point before, I'm not saying it should be all happy dory, and that we're not going to make every sociopath. We're not going to put them into my love center, and they're going to come out great.
Why not?
my whole point is I just want the people who actually are trapped in a loop to be able to get out. That's my whole say. That there are people that are trapped in this endless loop, and they've been in this since they were 16, 17, and then we throw them out and we're trying to give them a job. But yeah,
Amy,
yes.
on that subject, do you consider there to be people that are unfixable in the system?
What do you mean unfixable? Do I mean there are sociopaths that
unfixable in the sense that yes, there is what would you say, environmental issues, right? Poor parent, having a difficult upbringing and stuff like that leads you into crime. All your friends are doing it, you do it too, right? That's a big component of criminal life. But but I would say it's not a difficult statement to say that there are all the psychopaths that like hurting people.
No,
right?
exactly.
That would be unfixable to me.
There's going to be some people that we need to put away, and that's where they're going to be their entire life.
Okay,
because
so that answered my question then.
But it shouldn't be the goal. That's all I'm trying to say. Is that shouldn't be like that should be the worst case scenario.
I think most of the time those people are also a product of something that psychology may just not yet be able to fix. Like we, a lot of that is depending on science or psychology and science, which is still developing. I mean, we're not very far along in these things. We've got less than a century with psychology. I mean, or about a century now, I think. So, there's still a long, I think a century from now, we may not even need prisons, if people can learn to live and love each other and instead of fighting over the stupidest things.
Well, but that goes to Amy's point, right? What about those unfixables? The people that you can't just, show the better way.
Right. I'm in a snag there too. I don't know what to do. I don't think anybody should be, if they have to be locked up, they should be locked up in larger cells or put them on an island or I don't know, somewhere, where they have freedom, but they're not, able to interact with the society that they want to harm, and we just don't have
that's very George Carlin of you. Put them on an island, sell tickets for the fight.
The four corners, the states, the four corners.
Exactly, yeah.
I do. I love George Carlin, actually. So, yeah. We don't have all the answers yet. We've got a ways to go as a society. So I do think things are getting better. It's not a quick thing, and I don't exactly have a master's in psychology or anything, so I don't know as much as a lot of psychologists might, but I seem to know more than a lot of the mental health counselors that I've dealt with at the same time. So
I'm a complete amateur, and I just overthink shit. So yeah, I think I'll be on par with you.
Yeah, I do that.
I'd like to see us change incarceration from punitive to more rehabilitative, and I'm not really a huge fan of the idea of locking people away forever without ever giving them a chance to work towards being released.
So James, would you? I don't think it's much of an. I'm going to play devil's advocate for this.
Yeah, because that sounds like some Clockwork Orange shit right there, trying to reprogram criminals.
I don't think there's much of an argument that rehabilitation would cost more than just incarceration, right?
Sure.
So is there a monetary amount that you'd be uncomfortable with? Let's say it costs you an extra $1,000 a year in taxes to upgrade the prisons for people. Do you think you personally willing to pay $1,000 a year to improve lives of people?
What would it cost
I
to
think
fix people on a case-by-case
basis? In the long run, it would be better because we see in other countries there are other models where most of their prisoners aren't housed in these traditional prison type conditions, but their recidivism rates are very low. They only house the most incorrigible violent offenders away in anything we would consider prison like conditions.
Sure. But I guess, again, play devil's advocate here. Is there a limit to the amount society should put into this conversation in your mind?
Well, obviously, we're not going to devote all of our resources 100% into making sure prisons are comfortable. But, whatever amount that we could spend that gets, you know, the best result. Obviously, I think we could do better than what we're doing now.
What would your first step be?
I don't even really know where I would even go with that. Probably go back to, you know, more occupational training and things like that, which they took out of the prisons because, you know, just to make them more punitive.
I think some people do want to see. I hate to say vengeance, but vengeance. There are people that say, you know, they did something
Bloodlust.
wrong.
I can't believe I
They
spaced. Well, I was going to say, you know, one of the things that they need in the prison system, as far as rehabilitation, is to educate people on a humanist perspective rather than trying to use, you know, theocracy type stuff like
Rather than
you know,
pumping religion into them to make them be
Yeah.
good because of God.
Yeah.
Do you have an
that gives-
example of that, Megan? What does that mean? Can you provide an example of humanist teaching?
It's like
Let's just remove God from the 12-step program. How about we just start with that?
I'm off to
What
that.
it means, understanding that we have emotional health, not spiritual health. That nobody's like more righteous or mighty than another. We shouldn't aspire for righteousness. We should aspire for to be more human, and that's like getting educated. You know, educating.
Hey, Rod. What's he doing, Rod? Oh, sorry. My dog was making noise.
No.
But yeah, like to understand that we can make love, not war. You know, and like why we need to help each other while we're here. Why we have that responsibility to get people to experience it, you know, on a basic level, and then, you know, support that and encourage it.
So you think if I think it was Sam that said it, take God out of the 12-step program.
It's a start. It's a start.
Well, the 12-step program is all about the higher power, right? So what is the alternative to, say, 12-stepping? Do you know of an alternative?
No, complete alternative. Just replace God with something else that they can look forward to. You know,
distribution of controlled substances and alcoholic
We do-
beverages.
I mean,
I
embrace it
with good habits rather than expecting somebody to purge and just magically change and cling to that forever for the sake of breathing. To give positive encouragement in a right direction with therapy over what their issues are.
Well, isn't that the other 11 steps, though? Exactly what you just said.
I don't support 12-step at all because, you know, personally, I believe one's body is inviolable, you know, and subject to one's own will. So if somebody wants to do drugs or drink, as long as they're not hurting anybody else, then that's fine. Like, so that's their choice.
Yeah, but isn't the whole point of 12-step is that they have gone past that, though? I mean, that's why 12 steps exist.
Sometimes people are just shamed into 12-step. And
how do you know they're shamed?
Shame for
if they want to change, then rehab is the best option.
Do they want to, or do they told they need to?
I said want to. I know what you think. Because, an addict who does not care about anything else just wants to destroy themselves, and they don't care if they die.
Can I just?
I say just let them die.
Yeah, let them. Exactly.
The 12 steps. See, I do have some. Number one, we admitted we are powerless over alcohol, that our lives have become unmanageable. Came to the believer. Step two. I don't know. They're saying came to the believe that a power sanity made a decision to our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood Him.
Yes, like they, you know,
it's all God.
They all are talking at the same time.
And then what happens from there is that the people in the meeting have a kind of system set up. It's covert, but where you're giving your will to them. So I mean, it's like as fascist as can be.
It's very, very God oriented.
Yeah, it is.
Just call it the 12-step program, but my gosh.
You can't make the 12-step program into something secular. It just doesn't work.
Well, my suggestion before I even looked it up, you know, if they're going to give me money and all, I'd make a hobbies program at that point. If you're using alcohol and drugs, at that point, it's look, we know you're doing the drug. Come here, let's see if we can get you into something else, and at least while you're here, you're not on it. Then you
Yeah,
try and get them into something else.
Or instead of that, here, try playing Minecraft. That's what I do.
Something. Maybe you like to basket weave or rock climbing.
Right. Or, but people shouldn't just be like encouraged, like, oh, you
YouTube
have to
trolling.
go do drugs, or you have to do knitting, go do drugs. It should be like, they got to keep up with the times. Be like, here, play some Minecraft, try this. That Minecraft is therapeutic for me, but
I do like Minecraft. Big supporter of games. And okay, so we're coming up almost on the 4th hour. Do we want to tie it back home? Do we want to go back the original topic? Well, the 3 topics were slavery, biblical slavery, and the transatlantic slave trade. I guess, did anyone have some interesting remarks we didn't go over? Anything they wanted to bring back home?
So for the transatlantic slave trade, particularly the Confederacy and stuff like that, what I would sit here and say is that to just beat your slave is actually not a very good idea, and it's mostly found on large plantations, not on smaller plantations or smaller farms. Because if you look at the sheer cost of a slave, it's pretty astronomical. It's like buying a pretty high-end car, if not more. So it doesn't make sense for a small farmer who says he finally has enough money and buys a slave to just beat his slave into the dirt. I don't think that would make sense.
Well, I mean, we do have the accounts that it happened quite a bit. So
Yeah, I had the accounts that it happened mostly on
my mom's side. My mom's from Missouri, and my grandfather on that side, who I never met, ran a cotton plantation, and it was post-slavery, but he still had black people that he treated like slaves. Basically, they more or less were, because they had nowhere else to go. And he molested my mom's sisters. He was one who not only beat and raped black people, but also his own family. So, and he was a small plantation, in major poverty. So, yeah, that's actually
a guy.
But yeah, something about owning slaves and stuff like that really someone's mind up. It doesn't matter, small plantation. I say, small or large doesn't matter.
Yeah, seeing as
I would agree with you. It doesn't matter. Slavery, we all agree here. Slavery is bad. I'm just trying to get.
Really? Nah, just joking.
Clearly, I'm sure there's somebody in the chat who's
if they were going to equate slaves to animals, then we can use the same argument. Like, a horse is useful. A cow is very useful. Why would you beat the shit out of them if you need to get some work done?
Right, but they do stress relief. Who knows?
People are irrational. They don't always make rational choices.
Well, I mean, especially when you're far removed from the property as well. Like, just like if you're not, again, I'm trying to use the terms of like in the context. Like, if you are just a typical overseer, you're being hired, right? And you are being measured to, let's just say, pick X number of things a day. Well, if those things aren't picked, then yeah, you may take a draconian point of view, or you may take another point of view of treating people with some level of dignity and respect. And again, what I would also point to is that not all slavery is actually, what was the stat I was looking at? It was like 95% of people didn't own slaves in the South.
Well,
it was only the wealthy landowners. Yeah,
that kind overseer who, if I just be nicer to him, maybe they'll work more.
Yeah.
But I mean, they usually used violence. That was the prevalent.
And they were also managing multiple slaves at any given time, because a plantation is a form of investment, right?
And
so
they oftentimes utilize violence to increase production.
If I can jump in here real quick, Jim, what are you trying to get at exactly? That chattel slavery wasn't bad? Like, what is
No,
I
your
just
never
like
said
that we
that.
have discourse. I
Never
just
Or
like
said
that
that,
we
that
have.
there wasn't a lot of violence
yeah,
involved.
what is your
in-
thesis here, Jim?
My thesis is I don't think that it's completely. It's a very myopic viewpoint to look at it and just say like, oh, slavery was this way and it wasn't.
So how would you define slavery? In context of this
It's-
conversation, don't
so,
give me,
like-
not paying your employee slavery. Like in context of good, bad morality of slavery, what's your blurb?
Okay, so now I'm repeating myself again. And this is what's getting.
I might not have
agitating.
been here when you said it.
It's an economic system that before capitalism was probably the best economic system of the time. Like that's a fact because it was we could say that because it was the predominant system.
It was
until we
beneficial.
had mass production.
So you okay? Gotcha. Okay.
He's not defending it.
Go through
Oh.
the WPA slave narratives. You can read what they say themselves. You do have some who said that they weren't really mistreated, and then you have some who said that they got the crap beat out of them all the time. I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm not.
think
I'm
he's
not-
it
defending-
ran the gamut.
I'm not disregarding that at all. I'm saying there is a much more colorful perspective that's probably closer to the truth.
Anybody?
I don't.
Praise God, Amy.
I had a comment
Praise
about.
I am.
I don't get.
See, I try to take
Praise
a
I am.
non-objective, non-biased point of view. I just want to glaze over the history. Like, why was slavery? Like, when, around what time was slavery like conceived? Why?
Before
How long
history
did it
even
last?
started,
The
prehistory.
dawn
And
of
then,
time.
and then, like, when did people start realizing, hey, this is not really cool?
When it became economically unnecessary.
And the Enlightenment. I think the Enlightenment also had to, I think slowly but surely people were starting to understand we were going away from kings. We were having revolutions. So people the lay people themselves were starting to uprise. And so it's only a matter of time until all ranks
I
of
mean,
society.
Europe
I
had
read something
serfdom
on that, Amy. I read something
forms
that
of slavery.
the reason you didn't find slavery in Europe around the Middle Ages and stuff like that was that essentially serfdom replaced it.
Serfdom, yeah, form of slavery. It's
So it's not
modified.
saying that the Enlightenment disregards slavery. It's more so that slavery wasn't a thing for white people anymore. Like slavery was a thing for the colonies, So
I think what happened is we slowly got until
then
a
capitalism,
bubbling
as you
point
said.
until and hey, I like capital. I
People
went
in
on
London didn't want to see slaves outside, so it was something that went on in the colonies.
and hey, if it's what capitalism that does it, I'm all for it. I think capitalism is a good way to harvest human greed in a
We
good
know
way.
you are. Praise Milton Friedman.
What's the
Praise
quote
I am.
about
Adam
capitalism being the
Read
worst?
Thomas Sowell.
offense
There we
to
go.
others?
See?
Adam
Smith.
Smith. Praise Adam Smith.
The theory of
I
moral
think
sense
if that's the case, capitalism needs a reboot. Though. Capitalism needs like a reboot with like modern day understanding of psychology and science.
I mean, it's been getting those updates every so often. And a matter of fact, it's done either. I mean, depending on what that person is motivated by, has done either way. We have examples of companies that are doing great by taking care of their people, for example, by being more employee centric. We also have companies that are doing equally fine that are focusing on entirely on their customers based off of a cost model. So I mean, like, which one really matters here?
I'm hoping one of my goals for this year is to have a part-time job, maybe by this summer, maybe sooner. I don't know. So coming from my past, I think that'd be pretty cool. And so I'll be able to make more determinations on capitalism myself. But I mean, I like money, so.
I mean, everybody likes what they worked for at some level.
I like money.
I want more.
I understand.
Who's that?
Oh God. Fucking commie.
Real quick,
Oh, okay.
one thing
Who was that? What was that?
Hang on, Megan's trying to say something.
religious black people, I'd be like I don't know why anybody black wants to worship the white man's God. I mean, like, I watched the movie
it's
Roots.
We mentioned
Praise
that
God.
earlier.
Yeah, no, exactly, because this is the religion that enslaves.
I mean, I wouldn't call it the white man's God because it's
true.
been all
Well,
throughout the Mediterranean and Europe. So like, I'd be very careful by saying the white
Depending on
man's God. That's
It was used by the white man
pretty
to,
myopic.
it was used by the white man to justify slavery during the transatlantic slave trade.
It was
though.
also used to justify it going away too, in combination with other documents.
But who was more biblically accurate?
It doesn't matter who's more or less biblically accurate. It's what they're trying to aim at and how they use the tool to aim at that said tool.
But if two people are using a book and they're trying to advocate for a position, and that we're using the same book, and the one book seems to side with the one group, doesn't
Okay,
it?
here's a question for you, Amy. If I have a gun and I want to use it to defend people, does that change the tool? It's still a tool at that point. I can also use it to attack people and kill people out of aggression. So like really?
Are you saying that the Bible is like a gun in this analogy? It can kill people. It can, but I guess what we're saying is, if you could, you're going to go back to the narrative. But if you could scalpel away all the bad parts and you just had the Sermon on the Mount, we could get into some of that.
Don't scalpel away any part of it. That degrades it completely. Like that's like degrading. That's like saying, hey, we only need to Return of the King, guys. We only need to Return of the King because that's where Frodo destroys the ring. Like we don't need everything else.
And I don't like the gun analogy because a gun has a purpose. It's a classification of a weapon. It's harmful. Its almost purpose is to be harmful, and you have to manage the harm. You have to say, we're going to mitigate it. We're going to lock it away. We're going to have safety.
All right.
We're only going to shoot at
here's
people
where
who
I'm
need to
going
be
to
shot at.
respond with this a little bit and say, because the way this has been argued is that the Bible was a tool for the white man to control the masses.
Two different arguments.
No, it's not a two different. We can say that because they're different, but there's still an analogy we can still take things from. And my point is, if we're going to treat it like a tool, we have to say, okay, fine. If these other people see it as a different tool and using it differently, then they're in some way, like, what are they doing? So what's Chase doing? What's Sewer doing? I mean, there's a few things going on here.
Sorry, that's James' sock account. I can't. Not his sock account. I'm not supposed to say that.
Not my sock account.
Not his sock account.
Am I making?
Sorry, Jim, I've completely did that. That's my ADD, and it's James's fault. So.
No, you're good. I mean, am I making sense, or am I just completely off?
I was
here?
on your side. Yes, Jim. I think that what your argument is sufficient. Yes.
My problem is I understand when you say we need to understand these people in the context. You're the only you're the unique Christian that is saying this alongside not saying there's also not empirical morality,
objective
morality, something like that.
Universal
definitions a little
this
bit.
is going hand in hand. Normally, this goes. God knows everything. He is the perfect good and all this.
Absolute good.
And the absolute good, and slavery just made it into the final cut of the Bible. And so...
Yeah, stop being a not bad Christian.
I'm just trying to be honest.
Because I'm not judging them for the time. I'm not being like it's not... I'm not here trying to be like, look at these people back then, they couldn't even figure out slavery. I continuously just go back to how it's a human evil in a book that's supposed to have no evil in it.
You're just focusing on one religion. And this wasn't the only religion that allowed or even endorsed slavery.
Well,
okay.
That's the one we're here to talk about. We talk a lot about it a lot.
And why would that make slavery any better? Oh well, all the religions are doing it. Well, bring all their believers
Bring the
on
Hindus here.
The fallacy of
Bring them
consensus.
on.
But
We'll tell
also
them
the
they're all
argument
wrong.
from consensus. It's so weird. I hate fallacies sometimes. I can't stand it.
Yeah.
We'll tell them they're all wrong.
Right.
I
Well,
wasn't
yeah, the
defending slavery. I wasn't. So
The Bible can be
defending
carried.
us from beating up on
Hang
poor
on,
Christianity.
Megan has something to say. It comes in a little pretty low. So go ahead, Megan.
The Bible can be cherry picked to justify just about anything. So
I agree.
Okay, so then
that's the problem with.
is that the problem with the Bible? Because the way we've
Well-
been framing it is that it only gives one message. So now we're changing the tune here. We are actually moving the goalpost here.
I think you're catching on to the problem, Jim. Every Christian says only gives one message, and they all have different messages. It's almost like a bunch of
he's
people wrote
catching
the
on.
book and not one God.
I know. Everybody.
He's catching on now.
It's easier to get people on board with a bad idea when you can show from a holy book that that a divine being supports what you're doing.
I wouldn't go that far. I mean, anybody can get on board with a bad idea. And
No,
the reason
follow the
why I would
Bible.
say that, Megan, is because like you and I are talking amongst each other. You're a socialist and I'm a capitalist.
Talking to Megan's a bad idea.
Terrible idea. And you don't need religion for that.
Seriously, like without the Bible to justify slavery, I don't think it would have gone over like it did in the transatlantic slave trade.
Well, it
then
had
they would
to
have
because the
cited
Bible was a
whatever
product of
they would
its
have cited
time.
what other religion that they were using at the time.
It was just
If
a
it wasn't
product of its
Christianity,
time.
yeah, if it wasn't Christianity, it would have been something else. They would have cited that to excuse.
Yeah, the Muslims had a
slavery.
slave trade. There's inter-African war slave trading. I mean, it's people did slaves. That's just what they did. The Bible definitely didn't help things, but I wouldn't say it was the sole problem.
Human trafficking is still a problem in Southeast Asia and
all
in
those
Africa.
Christians doing all that terrible stuff.
And my argument isn't that slavery comes from Christianity. It's not like here's the root of it, and if we got rid of Christianity, then slavery would go away, or things like that.
Well, but Amy, if
It's a bad
the
book,
God
Sam,
of the Bible,
eyes. Yeah, I
if
can't
the
help
God of the Bible was true, then technically God
Slavery
didn't
would be
slavery.
right, or at least
because God had a problem with
defensible.
slavery.
If the God of the Bible is true, at least those would be his rules. Those.
Yeah, checkmate, Theus. Yeah.
Maybe.
I know who's.
I just want a healthy, balanced discourse because that's why.
There's no balance here. Everything is lopsided.
No,
Well, that's why Sam is here to keep us from beating up on you guys too bad.
Sam,
exactly.
that's your expression. Yes, I'm going to say it often. Atheist, not asshole.
Yeah, that's my expression. Yes, that's my expressions. It's my mantra.
I'm not trying to take away people's fairy tales if they need it to stay sane.
You're still jabbing him. You're still ribbing him.
We all set James up for that. We all.
That's me.
You're still ribbing.
I'm not going to take away anybody's faith if it's important to them and it gives them meaning and purpose.
The difference is if it's a good fairy tale, it doesn't have to be real for it to still give a meaning and purpose.
There you go.
Like fairy tales like the Bible, like if it gets falsified, there's just
like the Xanax fairy who comes down.
That sounds like a juicy
rains
caveat right
happiness
there.
on people. There you go.
I
With
heard
her magic
something.
Also, on guns, I wanted to say, the thing with guns is, guns that are designed to kill people, I'm opposed to, but there's guns that are designed, for hunting animals, specifically, and there's guns that are designed to kill people. Then there's people that misuse, that you will use, so there's a lot to that.
I mean, a gun designed to kill.
Tool. You can misuse any tool.
I wouldn't differentiate between a gun being designed to kill humans versus a gun being designed to kill animals. They're both designed to kill. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a kind of a.
That's kind of like, we just want to ban these guns, not only the bad guns, but then when the bad guns are banned, then they'll come after all of them.
Depending on how you're framing it.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I was of that mindset. I was of like just restrict assault rifles to the military and leave everything up. Pistols
An assault rifle?
and rifles. What?
What's an assault rifle? I love this. I love this conversation. I'm sorry.
It is whatever gun. It
I
is
Automated,
In the-
automatic, definitely automatic, high capacity, high
Automatics
velocity
already
gun.
banned. You can't buy an
yeah,
automatic.
those are already
gun.
banned.
Okay. Well, I mean that doesn't make any sense because like it's still like an AR is still it's an Armalite. It's the brand, not an assault. It doesn't stand for assault rifle. That's one. And then two, as far as a weapon is concerned, I mean, what if I need a high capacity mag because well something happens, something jumps out at me, and I need to just send a bunch of rounds to range.
What if you're attacked
Bears.
by multiple people? That does happen.
Or attacked by multiple animals.
What
And
if I
that-
just like shooting it?
I don't need to sit there and play this game where I'm like, I'm jumping back and forth trying to reload. And no,
3 shots at a time.
What if they're robot bears?
could
point-
apply.
Robot super bears,
But
commie bears.
Or I need to.
I don't think
kill
most people
militia.
are trying to kill people
What's going on, Megan?
specifically. I mean, I don't think that people really need to own a gun to kill people with these days. I mean, if people only use guns for hunting, like a lot of the time, even if you kill somebody in self-defense, if unless you're a cop, if they have a knife and you have a gun, you're probably still going to go away for it.
No, you won't.
Not necessarily.
No, that's not true at all. Because so a gun is the equalizer. That's actually it's very democratic in my opinion.
If someone has a knife, that's valid self-defense.
It's valid self-defense, and so you sit there and like as someone with a gun, you defend yourself. And like I'd rather defend myself or have the means to defend myself versus pretend that people aren't going to be
What if that
or act in their own.
What if that person doesn't have a weapon, but they're like twice your size and could obviously like kill you with one punch?
Then fire away.
Me with
Open
one
fire.
punch. Ooh, we're fighting
And
Bruce Lee.
people are okay with that. At that point,
Finding Saitama.
yeah, so
Shoot
the
him
nice
twice.
example, right? And that's the problem, though. Is like if one person's unarmed and the other person's armed, like good luck getting away with it as self-defense. Like that's what I'm saying.
It depends on the circumstance, but it is harder. Yeah, you need a good lawyer.
Yeah.
Wait,
So that's why I do think it's
Yeah.
pointless to own a gun for protection. Like, I mean, I'm totally okay with like tasers and mace, stuff like that. I think that the cops should have tranquilizer dart guns. I don't think they should have guns with bullets. I think that they need to develop a serum so that if someone's hopped up on methamphetamine or something, they can, because tasers and mace don't work on someone when they're high on meth.
Tasers fail surprisingly a lot of the time. If you end up watching like police body cam footage,
Yeah,
the tasers fail quite a bit.
But if they had
Wait,
When they
tranquilizer
try to
darts,
deploy them,
I have
but
a
they
problem
don't
with that.
work.
Do you
right,
mind if I
tranquilizer
ask?
darts are lethal. If they develop the right kind of tranquilizer, it could counteract all the effects of meth, and that person would no longer have that advantage.
That's a wonderful science fiction policy you have there, but I don't think we've developed anti-meth serum yet.
Like a
Are you
phaser from Star
No.
Trek that just stuns
No,
them.
there
Set
are
phaser to
drugs that can
stun.
instantly. There are
Or
drugs
the
that can
same
instantly
high-grade
counteract-
tranquilizer sedative they use in psychiatric wards.
Well, I mean, if you overdose on that tranquilizer, you can kill them
It's
too.
very easy.
So,
To,
I mean, I would be very careful with that too. But anyway, Megan, if you don't mind me asking you a dumb question, this is my attempt to steelman and to kind of summarize, I think, what your position is right, and you from kind of gathering this conversation, right? I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, so I think you think, or your position is something to the effect of, I don't want to put someone in a permanent punish, I don't know if punishment's the right word, but I don't want to kill somebody just because they made a mistake or something to that effect. Is that somewhat correct?
Well, I'm my head's actually kind of went over to the police shootings that have been happening with police gunning down people that are having mental health issues, like Jacob Blake and the others. And like I just honestly like I think if they develop the right kind of tranquilizer, that it could be like 99% non-lethal and 99% effective.
Can I just
But what we have is what we have right now. So like, what's the best of what we have?
That's so cute. Like, and it's not this. It's gonna get changed. I mean, like there's that the whole movement going on with defund the police, and I think my thing is I'm more on board with reimagine the police. So that's my idea is
Yeah, we
tranquilizer.
definitely need police. We definitely need police. So
Right, so
defunding is
we have a
not
different
gonna.
viewpoint of an individual viewpoint of defund the police movement. Damn it.
I may
So-
have been a scoundrel once upon a time, but I'm a good person these days. So
Well, Megan,
Debatable.
what I was asking, like, so does that position kind of like still kind of like capture a little bit of what of how like of who you are in regards to this argument? Like, it shouldn't be such a finite
Right.
solution to a potential
and life is precious.
temporary problem.
Every life matters, and life is precious, and everybody's a priceless gem, even if they're a gem that we don't like. And so people make mistakes, and nobody should have to die because they made a mistake.
and just
my-
just to go off what you just said, May, I think what a good step in the right direction for reform would be creating an entire new unit that is a mixture of both policemen who have degrees in psychiatry, and it's a specific unit for just people that go out to people who have mental disabilities, because I think that the cops they're not only are they not trained for it, but they shouldn't be the people dealing with those search.
Yeah, and oftentimes the police are oftentimes trained to just provoke the person into advances so they can make an arrest or so they can shoot. But it depends on where you live too. I mean, a lot of the stuff I see going on seems to be like Ohio, Kentucky, like up here, like
Those
in
are
Washington
terrible
State,
states.
like
I
Seattle's
Oh yeah,
got-
they're
I don't see how police are trained to just provoke. Like they have a series of escalations in the event. But everything's designed to de-escalate. That's the overall objective is to de-escalate. So,
but at
why
times,
are we
if you
coming
can
at-
just make that arrest quicker, then you might
Well, if
de-escalate
someone's
by
not
escalating.
cooperating, then how do you make the arrest quicker? I'm not quite.
By getting them to do something foolish, maybe. I
And
don't
see, it
know.
may not even be
Advance or-
quicker. Quicker may not even be the way. If you have a unit,
There's Amy's onto something there.
if you have a unit where they're still police, but they have the training behind them where they can just sit to someone naked for an hour and just listen to them come down and just be like, "Yep, oh, they're all out to get you. That is so terrible. Oh God!" And just someone who really knows how to. That is their job. Their job is just to de-escalate people who aren't necessarily violent to anyone but themselves.
But you don't know that they're violent. Not
Yeah, yeah.
just themselves.
If you look at a lot of these like
Wow.
mentally ill people shot,
It's not
They're-
don't arm them. Yeah,
they're
what were
not
you
like
saying?
just like
Well,
calm like that. Just sit down and talk about the world. They're usually
Well,
pretty.
hang on,
amped
Amy
up.
had a retort. Amy had a retort, and we kind of were trying to talk over like all of us at the same time. So.
Well, no,
I
it's
wasn't
just-
talking.
A lot of time, the de-escalation is things like pepper spray and things, because those are viewed as non-harmful ways, and they are. I mean, but I think if we were to focus what we view as cop on and allow them to go off towards the more the people who are trying to commit harm, and they are well-minded, so they have intent. Those are the people that the cops should be. The murders, the rapes, the even thieves and things like that. But I think it's like a catch-22. I think the cops are stuck in a hard position, and in a and then it's talking about tools. They may not be the effective tool, and yet we're using a hammer to do every problem.
Right, and oftentimes the police presence alone escalates the situation more. What if it was like, like with like say Jacob Blake? What if it was just mental health that showed up? With no police, no badges. It could have gone a whole lot different and better. There's just certain scenarios where
could have, should have, and would have, or
I
the
mean, you
operative
never know.
know
Could have
that
gone worse.
whole statement. Yes, we could maybe design a system that tries to de-escalate using maybe using tools in different ways. Like in this case, different people in different ways.
Yeah, I was sorry, I was just catching up on the chat, but I kept hearing like picking up little bits of the combos and stuff like that. Are we still trying to understand why slavery was a thing?
Oh,
because yeah,
not like other things. I think
He keeps going to prison.
we're staying on a topic. We're staying on a topic. That's the key thing, though. Like we're not.
that's
Just, like,
fine. That's fine. Using prison
James Styles
as free
post-slavery,
labor,
you didn't
prisoners
say
as free labor. Is that
What's
what
that,
you're talking
Ogre?
not yet.
Oh crap! Jim and James, you guys are next to each other. I keep confusing you two. Well, you should change your name.
Technically, they're both James, and technically, they're both Jims.
It's upsetting, I know.
Hang on. Let me.
I don't agree with the prison labor thing because I've been to prison, and as somebody who pre-op transgender at the time, they wanted me to detransition to a male identity to rehabilitate, and that wasn't going to happen.
Oh no, that's sick. That's forcing shit. The same reason, yeah.
To do to people to try to get them to willing to do prison labor is messed up. So I'm actually opposed to current prison labor. I mean, there's some
Were you
people
sent
that
to
are-
a men's prison? Were you sent to a male prison?
I did my time in a men's prison. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
That would explain it, but there's still no excuse.
But yeah, I didn't do well in population because like I was having biblical principles shoved on me constantly. I was never even taught of secular humanism the whole time I was in there. They threw all kinds of religions at me, like that they would turn around and mock and ridicule and throw a Bible at me instead, and try to get me to turn to that. And I'm like, this is crap. Like all the answers you need are in here. I'm like, it doesn't want to talk about other planets, doesn't talk about dinosaurs, doesn't talk about the Big Bang. So when I got out, I was kind of on the watch list as like high potential to like to go back down a dark road, but I desperately sought resources to stay out, to stay free, and that's how I found my way. Like I discovered the Satanic Bible while I was incarcerated, and then when I got out, at first I was like about like values in life, but I was really Levian about it. But then I got away from that when I watched the Hell Satan documentary, and I kind of at that point I was getting involved with the ACA too to some degree, the Atheist Community of Austin, and so I had to find my own support.
Was that documentary what got you to the Satanic Temple?
Yeah. I was actually wanting to join the Church of Satan up to that point, but there was a lot of things I didn't really agree with. They're a lot more classist, and they're kind of really Darwinian as far as like like they're like dog
Social Darwinism.
There's like there's a chain to it that I didn't agree with. Whereas the Satanic Temple is just more of a club. It's like with a cause. That's wrapped, that has a finger in politics and stuff. So, I'm like first and foremost I'm an atheist, and so like I got away from the ACA because I feel they're a little too capitalist for me. A lot of their people, and when I get drunk, I get emotional about my beliefs, and so I end up going off on somebody. I got banned from their server for that. For
ACA is pretty progressive, aren't they?
What is the ACA again?
Atheist Community of Austin.
Matt Dillahunty's organization.
Right, and the hosts are fine, but some of the mods that they have aren't very progressive. So I got into it with one of the mods, and
any small knit community is going to have their preferences. Any small knit community is going to have their inner circle. Now, pardon me for whispering, but I'm like, I got two other people sleeping here. I'm the bitch that's always doing shit on camera. But yeah, and as far as like temples, they're still going to have preferences. Like, so you're saying who leaned too Darwinian? Was it the Satanists, or was it something else that leaned to Darwinian?
Church of Satan, I think she said.
Yeah, the Church of Satan is not as they're not equalists. They're all about like outclassing and stuff, and like
Right. So they would support eugenics, natural selection, and survival of the fittest. Yes.
yeah. So I kind of wasn't real keen on that. So I was just kind of soloing, but I did gain a lot from the Satanic Bible that gave me strength. And then I found the Satanic and what they were about, and I read the 7 tenets, and I was like, this is perfect. So I took an oath to that, and I stick to it. It's a good oath. It's just it's about like. Well, you can look it up online. Like I don't want to go over all the tenets, but it's more about like one should never distort scientific facts to fit one's beliefs. One's body is inviolable to one's own will. Go ahead. But
who has the floor?
Ogre.
I have the floor.
You have the floor, Ogre.
Oh crap! I don't know what to say.
You are now Speaker of the House.
I got nothing to add. I'm a good boy. I've never been to prison, so.
Ogre, were you on the channel? Were you on Smokey's channel that time Mr. Batman sang?
I left right before he sang, but I was on Speed of Sound's channel and we all laughed at it.
Did you get to hear it?
Yes, I have heard Mr. Batman sing. I lost about 5 years of my life, and I'm very sad about that.
Because I was trying to tell Amy how terrifying it was, and how I still have PTSD issues to this day.
I should go back on his channel. Should invite him on here.
Well, I would love to have Mr. Batman on here.
He'd be like, thank you, Amy. You're such a lovely gentleman. And I'd be like, thank you, madame. Let's go onward.
Now, sir, are you going to misgender me, sir?
Sir, excuse me. I have earned the right to sir. Don't give me none of that, sir. You're a trans sir.
Wait. Is that what the whole sir thing was? Someone insisted on you calling you a man?
I can't tell. I think this is like a weird thing of his personality, is that like he has a thing with saying sir, and like his pronoun, him wanting to pronoun someone wrong, and it came into like this great thing with me where he's like, oh my god, the thing I always do is perfect. He's like, sir, but it wouldn't trigger me, and he kept on getting angrier and angrier, so he kept on
he
saying
normally says
more
sir
often.
every 5 or 6 seconds anyway.
I remember he did that. I was in a Smokey stream where he did that to Brenda.
Yeah.
Oh, they treat Brenda horribly.
Someone else.
Not everyone. Some of them treat Brenda well, but
Brenda can be a little acerbic, but
yeah, I stopped going to Smokey's channel for a while because I remember when Amy would go there more often, and Smokey was at least not offensive, until like Mr. Batman showed up and started, spewing all that bull crap, and then everyone jumped on the bandwagon and started hating on the trans community that was showing up.
Gavin used to do that. Gavin would do that.
Yeah,
too.
Gavin was the same way, and I was like, well, what the hell? You guys were all cool two days ago, using correct pronouns, and now that some Christians want to throw some shade, now everyone's got it. Was so, I don't know, middle schooly almost,
Oh, it's like tribal.
Yeah, tribal. There we go. That's a better word. Your tribe. This is your tribe, Jim.
I mean, it's any tribe. I mean,
you have to account for all of them individually.
Absolutely.
Tribe Dick.
Hold on. Jim's welcome in our tribe any day.
He's welcome in Tribe Nutsack.
Tribe Nutsack. We do have a mod, General Ballsack.
That's the key. Is I've had to kind of find my tribe as I go. And it's not just one thing. I mean, I go to the Satanic Temple movie nights, and I really love the community there. And then I really love Modern Day Debate currently. James is awesome. I love watching Amy.
He's a Christian
James is great on there.
What is a satanic movie night like? Is it just a movie night, or is it like actually Satan themed?
Sacrificing babies.
We watch all kinds of random stuff. We basically sit around. We watch movies. And we chat. Like we watch bad movies and make fun of them.
So you like Mystery Science Theater?
Like Mystery Science Theater. Yes.
We watch Kirk Cameron Saves Christmas before Christmas together. That was pretty. yeah.
Yeah.
We
The
do.
Church
We do
of
and
Satan
then
is much less
Christian
evil
movies?
than I wished it would be.
we watch like bad horror films, like B movie horrors that involve a lot of like tits and ass. You know?
So it's like
it's a lot.
Mystery Science Theater.
We've got some good jokers. Yeah, it's like this. Yeah, kind of like that, you know. But it's just, and I did we had a Halloween video thing that we did. And they had a DJ and stuff that I was lagging so bad I couldn't really. My connection to their video for some reason is always laggy, but it was a lot of fun though. It's a nice community, and there's we don't all necessarily share the same beliefs. Like it's like I said, in many ways. So some people are more religious about it. For me, it's more like a club kind of. It's a tribe, you know. So it's for the.
I think it's important to have community. That's kind of what I think we're trying to do here, and I think what a lot of atheists are trying to do in the YouTube community is we're in the debate community or skeptic community is we're trying to actually come together and exchange ideas because we couldn't really do this before the internet or not to this capacity.
Yeah, and it's like I said to like I mentioned yesterday on the Is Christianity Dangerous? I said like the ACA showed me that I have nothing to be afraid of for theists or their beliefs. So, but the modern day debate is showing me how to love people despite even if they are atheists. You know, so I'm learning to have love for people, you know, and not just be biased against them because they are atheists. You know.
Right.
Absolutely.
So, like, yeah.
So great.
This is a warmer community that I'm finding through modern day debate, and that's what I like. You know, I don't care so much anymore about people's religious beliefs. We want to, I'm kind of just getting more focused on politics. You know, I've only been into politics for about a year now, so
Trying to do the opposite. I want to run away from politics.
Yeah, we come here to escape from that somewhat.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand the need for it, but
All I gotta
Well,
say is fingers crossed. I hope that the next 4 years are much less interesting politically.
Yeah.
You can only do so much of can you prove there's a God, because the argument's always the same. And it's like if people want to go into Kalam cosmological argument, I mean, I see an infinite regress of big bangs with particles that are all infinite at a subatomic level, converting and interacting. That's what I see that's my Kalam cosmological argument. I don't see a God in there. The first cause was probably another universe and a black hole and then a big bang.
Yeah, sooner or later, you're going to have to get to something from nothing. Either way.
No, because it's never
or at
nothing.
least
It's always
something always
something.
existing.
Why is there something rather than nothing? I don't know.
Because there is. These particles are here.
I don't know.
No. Yeah, exactly.
That's what Matt Dillahunty said. Why is there something rather than nothing? I don't know.
It may
don't know
not be any other way. It may be this is the way it was going to be, and that's all it was ever going to happen until the end of time.
There is
If
no
there
end
is
to
an
the-
end of time.
If
There
there
is
is
no
an
end.
Time in another universe.
Well, yeah, time is relative to mass. So time would keep
It'll eventually restart. I don't know.
right. Everything will get compressed back into a singularity and then explodes through the white hole at this point. I think is a theory. I think it's officially a theory now. I think they actually had documentation of a burst of energy and stuff in space that came from nowhere. So they suspect it may have been a white hole, which verifies the white hole hypothesis. And so I'm pretty sure it's officially a theory now, but I'm not 100% on that. So if that's the case, it came from a.
I'm interested in white holes, and there are hypothetical white holes in Einstein's equations, but I don't know of any actual evidence for them in reality yet. But but Einstein hasn't been wrong yet. Well, actually, he was wrong. I shouldn't say that.
He was wrong.
Example,
A
he
few
was.
things.
Okay, yeah, okay, but Einstein's equations do have a white hole.
Yeah, but look it up. They
shows that.
recently observed a burst of energy in space that came from nowhere, that came from what appeared to be nothing. So that I think that
I have to look up, do some research on that. Yeah, see what.
Yeah,
That'd be awesome.
no.
Yeah,
Then,
I don't really know anything about white holes, but this is some sci-fi stuff going on
So a
here.
white hole is the hypothetically opposite of a black hole, where a
Right, it's
black
what
hole
happens right to the
you
black
have
hole.
your line, and everything can go into it, and at that nothing can escape. But a white hole is
Would be the
the
other end.
opposite. It's expanding.
The other end of a black
And
hole.
but there.
So it even emits light, yes?
And
There's
even
another
I'm
end of the
doing
black-
a poor
other
job
end
of
of the
explaining it.
horizon to the center. All of the matter gets sucked into that center through spaghettification as the subatomic particles get strung out, and then they move in and get compressed into the center till it becomes so dense that it explodes into a new universe. I mean, like, that's what it has to be. I mean, it just doesn't make sense that it could be anything else.
I've talked about white holes on here because it could be that they're multiversing and you're just
I'd like
having
to
a
think
black
that's how it
hole.
happens. That universes create other universes through black holes. But
It would
But
be
who knows?
beautiful.
Every white hole that happens, who's to say when the subatomic particles go into another Big Bang that it's going to be anything that could be called a universe? I mean, it could be something entirely different, you know. Which, like, so just saying multiverse is kind of an understatement of all the possibilities.
Okay,
However,
but has it been
or destroyed,
so?
it's consistent. So it just
what
converts.
else
So
it could be, I don't know. But I guess
basically, all of the subatomic particles within our universe have always existed. There is no time relative to it. It's just beyond our comprehension. So, but the answer is not God. So,
But is a white hole the other?
what
don't
if our
know.
universe
No,
is a subatomic particle in a bigger universe?
no.
Okay, guys, is a white hole the other side of a black hole, or is it something
Well,
completely separate?
that's
It's what happens because
hypothesis.
you get the singularity of condensed matter at the center of a black hole, and then what happens is something quantum, it blows up again in a Big Bang. All that matter and energy or whatever into
We're always going to get to
the universe.
turtles.
So the white hole, so it's like almost like it flips into a new realm almost.
Would that be to say every white hole is connected to a black hole?
Yes, every white hole is the result of a black hole, or so every something similar to a white hole is the result of every something similar to a black hole. You know, and so yeah, so if the matter has always existed, it was neither created or destroyed. It means that everything we're made up of is just eternal, basically.
It came from another
yeah.
universe. It just keeps getting reshuffled around
Yeah,
universe to universe.
and repurposed from death to decay to new things growing. And like the part that fascinates me is like what our consciousness is made up of many different things that compile together. So what if we are connected to like a consciousness at a subatomic level? What if we are consciously those particles? So maybe when we die, maybe we've just always been, like there's no God, there's no creator. We're just like this blob of particles that's just there doing these things.
He's not Jim anymore, though.
But it's a big what if. It's not even a theory. It's kind of a hypothetical, but I don't. There's just not enough. It just frustrates me. We just don't have enough in science yet. I hope we have. I hope we get a lot more within my lifetime.
Yeah, that's some pretty nuts ideas there.
Well, yeah, but we know that black holes exist. Like we have a photo of one from the Hubble telescope.
Oh, we know, but beyond any doubt they exist.
Yeah, we do know, and we know that they exist as much as we know that you and I exist. So I mean, it's cool. And the James Webb Telescope is going up next year, and it's designed to discover all kinds of new stuff. Like where I believe there's theories at this point that there may be life that exists in like gaseous form or in other forms. And then like another thing that interests me is like botany, like plants and stuff, because some plants seem to exhibit they exhibit traits of having a consciousness, so they have something alternative to consciousness. But what if it is like a some kind of awareness that we just is beyond our comprehension. But like, I mean, so it wouldn't be called awareness, but it's just like it gets so.
That it's beyond our comprehension.
I
We
know
wouldn't
that
know.
we need plants to terraform new planets. We definitely need plants to terraform new planets to provide oxygen and food.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well. Yeah, but we're a long ways off. I mean, what it would take to colonize Mars, even like terraforming. Like I think Bill Nye was talking about that, and it's just insane. Like what it would take to do something
We're
like
hundreds of years away from even thinking about it.
yeah, like getting people to Mars to explore it will probably happen in the next 20 years, I would think. But I think the James Webb Telescope is going to bring us a lot of answers. Like, there's going to be a lot of new stuff after that thing gets up. Give it. I'd say by 2024.
Well, I think the aliens will reveal themselves before then, and then we'll know a lot more.
If there's any aliens that are going to reveal themselves.
Hopefully, but
I mean, the
They're
idea
gonna show
of
up in front of the
life
bank in trench coats and fedoras and just whip them open.
whip it out. What?
I got to run my sink.
You said the aliens are gonna reveal themselves and like they're gonna show up when you're at the ATM in a trench coat and fedora and just whip the coats open.
Oh well. I imagine it would be their ships in the sky would probably be how like in prime time would probably be like the revelation. But
I'm being an ass, right?
oh, absolutely.
No one questioned that.
No, not at all. And then
Well,
Satan can save us from the aliens.
Well, I
Right,
guess
Amy?
I'll say I'll be the first one to bow out due to being late as balls in my part of the world. So
That-
Where are you at, Ogre? Israel?
I'm Eastern time zone. I'm same as Jim. I don't know. He's still up.
Oh, it's
Some
only
people need-
11. It's just hitting 12.
I know. I got church in the morning. Come on.
Oh wow.
No, that's a joke.
Wait a second. I was about to say, like, if you have church in the morning, how come you're not? Okay, you got me. You got me.
He's an atheist.
Yeah. So,
You
anyways,
got
I'm gonna head out. Thanks for the conversation, y'all,
It was
Thanks
nice
for coming,
having you
Ogre.
on.
and take care.
Thanks for joining.
Bye.
Bye.
And that's okay. I think we've went over a lot, and I
I
think
think
this
we
has been
have.
fun.
Yeah.
So, I'm trying to think. Well, you want to just go round table one more time, or should we just, have we said our piece? I think I tried that one more, but then we ended up back here.
We went back around around the merry-go-round again.
What's the topic you guys need to start tackling?
All right. Well, in that case, we're just going to wrap it up here. And I think it was a lovely skeptic and ranting to don't beat your slaves.
Don't beat your slave.
Fantastic PSA. We're sending out.
Don't beat your slaves, beat your meat.
Exactly. And with that, I hope you have an all fantastic night.
Yeah,
All right,
you too.
Amy.